All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for being here with me today and waiting patiently as always for the show to start. It's always cool to kind of see you guys hanging out. Always cool to see so many people showing up so early, saying hi to one another, chatting amongst one another, and always kind of interesting to see, what topics you guys are talking about even before things get started here. So, as always, I very much appreciate that. We got another Sunday stream. I hope everybody's Sunday is going well so far. Mine's going pretty good. No complaints, really. It's been a pretty calm, peaceful morning, and I'm looking to completely destroy that piece by just ranting and going nuts and going ballistic about multiple topics. Now, I'm just kidding. Although, actually, no, maybe I'm half kidding. There are actually some topics today that I might get a little bit ranty about. Certainly one in particular that I just am like, I don't know how this is a thing. I almost feel like this is made up. I don't know that this is an actual real problem. But yeah, so we have some interesting stuff to discuss here today. Still, we are, what is today? August 13th. I mean, it's been quiet, man. August has been quiet. It's been a very chill month in gaming, but I feel like every summer there's usually a month where things just go very, very quiet for an extended period of time. Or at least, they simmer down a lot. I think it's usually August. Sometimes on rare occasion it's July. But August seems to be the month. So yeah, I'm just thankful that we still have some stuff to talk about here today. Well, really quick. So I see in the chat you're saying I am Aodo. You're saying MBG. I feel like the setup is the one you had for the longest amount of time before you used to change it every other week. Yeah, it is true. For those who've been following for a little while, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I do that. Isn't there like a term for that? So like feng shui or something? I don't know. I just was in this kind of mode for a while where I'm like, I got to keep changing things up. I got to keep, I don't know, rearranging. Just never feels quite right. This has felt pretty good though. It's pretty good. It's not perfect. But it's good. And I've been sticking to it. I want to say here really quick, I have 2 super chats from New Soul 9, which very kind of you, man. I really appreciate that. I'm going to read, the first super chat you say, here's a quick $20, which is, thank you, dude. That's very generous of you. Very kind. Very much appreciate the support, New Soul 9. And your second super chat, I'm going to read momentarily. I'm just going to let everybody know what the topics are that I plan to discuss today. And then I will read that super chat, which is also another $20 super chat. So again, New Soul 9, basically a $40 super chat. Very kind of you, man. Always appreciate that support. And, shout out to New Soul 9. He is always being involved with our community here. And he's, I think New Soul 9 is a great example of a person who prefers the Xbox platform. And, he voices his opinion here. He gives his thoughts. He doesn't, he doesn't mind getting engaged in conversations with people. And I just, I feel like it's worth pointing that out because that's honestly what I try to encourage here on the channel. I don't want it to just be like a echo chamber, of course. Naturally, if I say this is a PlayStation channel, it's going to attract a lot of PlayStation fans and players. But, everybody's welcome as long as you're able to be respectful and, kind to one another. Then everybody's absolutely welcome. So a couple of the topics we're going to be discussing today. Always keep in mind when I list the topics off to you guys, you know how it is. At any moment in time, we could, branch off and go in another direction. It happens pretty much every stream. You guys know this. But the topics that I plan to discuss today, as you can see by the title, we're going to be talking about Mark Cerny. I feel like we haven't heard from Mark Cerny in quite some time. It's been a while. And he actually seems to be very excited about something regarding a new PS5 feature. We recently got the news of a new PlayStation 5 update, or at least the beta phase of it. And one of the things that Sony is finally adding is Dolby Atmos support. And, a lot of people were like wondering, like, why did this take so long? Well, he apparently like reached out to Digital Foundry, actually personally sent them a letter, a Mark Cerny letter, basically diving deep into how Dolby Atmos works with the PS5's custom Tempest audio engine. And it's actually producing some really, really good results. And I figured we could highlight that because mainly, again, we don't really hear from Mark Cerny that much. So I'm excited to discuss that. We're also going to be talking about the new PS5 model. I don't know if everybody has seen this yet, but pretty much this new PS5 model that everybody wants to call, and I think continues to call, the PS5 Slim. It's not a Slim. This thing has fully leaked out. And so I figured we could talk a little bit more about it, give my extended thoughts on that. We're going to be talking about something I came across from IGN. A post. I'm not going to read the post yet. This might be the topic I open with, actually, because I don't know. I'm feeling pretty strongly about it. It's in regards to a certain game that's making waves right now and how it is supposedly causing some controversy about the AAA video game market and whatnot. And I have some thoughts on that. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. And I also want to talk about how it's been confirmed that Neil Druckmann is writing and directing the next Naughty Dog game, the new one that they've confirmed to be working on. So we're going to talk about all this stuff, guys. Before I go any further, I do just want to once again let everybody know how you can support me and my channel and my content and this community if that's something you desire to do. If you want to go above and beyond, as I always say, just simply being here, tuning into the content, watching the streams, watching the videos. Without that, I wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you guys for that. Hitting that like button. We have over 325 people here, which is awesome to see. Thank you guys so much for that. Take a second out of your time, hit that like button. It helps with YouTube's algorithm, and it helps bring new people into this community. So please hit that like button. If you want to go above and beyond, though, and really support me directly, there are basically three main ways you can do that. I am fan-funded here. You guys know this, but I know that we get new people each week. So you can do what New Soul 9 has done here, where he has super chatted. Not only does that help you support me directly and support the content, but, you get to say whatever you want. You can ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, give your thoughts, anything at all. So shout out to everybody who does that. You can consider becoming a channel member. When you become a channel member, you get access to exclusive emojis that I'm sure you can see some members are using right now for all of the live streams, as well as comment sections. You also get access to exclusive members-only content, which goes out every Saturday. And if you become a member today, you actually get access to all of that content that I produced previously. Or if you are already a channel member, consider gifting channel memberships. Again, this is something that this community continues to do. It's amazing to see. Just basically bringing new people on board as members, giving them the opportunity to experience on this channel what it's like to be a member, and also just support me directly. So big shout out to everybody who continues to show their support. Honestly, the streams have been incredible. The support has been through the roof, and just really can't thank you guys enough for that. But with that out of the way, I'm going to read New Soul 9's super chat here. He says, by the way, MBG, I agree with the facts. We are going to get the new PlayStation and the new Xbox in 2027 or 2028, and that it's too soon. I basically wasted $1,000 for no reason. If it's not going to last that long, I feel like the generation just kicked off. So basically what New Soul 9 is saying here is he's referring to the court documents that we got during the ABK deal. And the court documents basically revealed that the next generation of consoles, the PlayStation 6 and the Xbox Series 2, whatever it's going to end up being called, they're apparently set to release in 2027 or 2028. And, we're getting close to the end of 2023. So basically, we're about halfway through the generation already. And New Soul 9's feeling like that's just not enough time. He's feeling like maybe he wasted over $1,000 investing into both of these consoles. And, I think it just brings up a good conversation here. We've been talking a lot about a PS5 Pro recently. And I think, a lot of people have been focused on that conversation. Like, do we need a PS5 Pro? Is it too soon? Is it necessary? But not many people have really focused on the other side of the coin here, which is if the next generation of consoles really is coming in 2027 or 2028, is that too soon? What's going on there? Well, I think there are a couple of factors here. Like, number one, I don't think that's too soon. I see Matt York pointing out that a typical console generation is about 6 years. I don't think a PlayStation 6 and another Xbox coming out in 2027 or 8 is too soon. However, I do think that it might end up feeling too soon. And I have to emphasize the word might and the word feeling, okay? Because these are two things, New Soul 9, that could dramatically change next year, by 2025, by 2026. I mean, these are things that are always in flux, right? Like, I think, because you have to understand, like, you're basing this feeling of maybe I wasted $1,000, maybe that's too soon. You're basing that feeling off of not, we're not even in the third year. Like, it hasn't been 3 years yet. We're getting very close to the 3-year mark, but we're not quite there. And that in the future, it might change, depending on what games release between now and the next generation, depending on how much things shift and change. But I do think that the general feeling, right? The general feeling is that this generation has not properly kicked off yet. And I mean, if you look at the reasoning why, right? I think it's fairly obvious. It's the fact that this generation looked like it was going to get off to one of the strongest starts, but was severely dampened by a shortage and a pandemic. The pandemic basically led to the shortage, but the pandemic also had massive impact on game development cycles. And one of the biggest transitions that developers have had and are still making right now from going to the PS5 to the PS4 to the PS5 is their engines, transitioning to Unreal Engine 5, updating their own proprietary engines or whatever engines they might be using. And one of the biggest reasons for that is because we're kind of in this weird spot where it's like, are we going, is 60 FPS the new standard or not? And again, if you even look at that, we're still kind of in an in-between where it's like, well, yeah, I think we expect 60 FPS for games, right, on these current gen consoles, but in a performance mode. And that performance mode is going to lack visually, depending on the studio, depending on the engine. But the cross-gen games, the shortage, all of these things have kind of combined together to create a general sense. And believe me, I see it out there. I do. I don't agree with it, but I understand and I see it. And I can't necessarily blame anybody for feeling this way. It creates this general sense of this generation is just not, it feels like it hasn't even started. It feels like it's just been one problem after another, one setback after another. Where are the true next gen games? It feels like we should be entering like prime time basically for this generation by this point. But instead, we feel like we're finally just now, like maybe at the end of this year and going into 2024, maybe that's when we will, be able to finally see these consoles kind of pushed. But there are, even beyond that, other strange factors or unexpected factors, right? So put the pandemic aside, put the cross-generation support. Well, the cross-generation support does come up here, but we have something like the Xbox Series S. And I'm not blaming that for anything. That's not the conversation I'm trying to have right now, but there's no denying that something like the Xbox Series S has never existed before, really. Like, we've never seen something like that with a new generation of consoles, and we, because of that, don't know how it's going to impact the entire duration of the generation. We have a PS5 Pro that's apparently coming, and we have an idea of what that's going to do, but the way people talk about the PS5 Pro, you almost start to wonder, like, could this do more damage than good? Stuff like that. But then you also consider that publishers like EA are coming out and announcing, like, hey, we're going to port Star Wars Jedi Survivor to the PS4. And you have to assume, like, basically what we're going to see is Star Wars Jedi Survivor releasing for PlayStation 4 in 2024, 4 years, nearly 4 years after the PS5 launched. I don't even know, like, that is truly bizarre. I don't know exactly what's happening right now. And I think it's just a totally fair thing for you to say that, like, basically like the gist of your super chat, you're just saying, like, you feel like this generation is just it's not doing it. You know, it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing at this point in time. And that's fair, because it's not. That's just a fact. It's not. Now, I feel like there are many great things about the PlayStation 5 generation up until this point. But even I, as somebody who does feel good about it, even I can acknowledge that there are just way too many things, way too many problems, way too many setbacks, way too many weird decisions being made that have severely limited the potential of this generation so far. And, you know, my hope is that I'm hoping it starts with Spider-Man 2. That's kind of, like, I don't know if it will. That's kind of where my mind is going towards right now. I'm hoping it starts with Spider-Man 2, and I'm just speaking about PlayStation here. I mean, I can't really speak to the Xbox side of things. We'll see what they end up doing. I mean, Starfield's coming up and whatnot. But for me, it starts with Spider-Man 2, where it's like, okay, this is like the first big, I mean, like, big. I know people are going to say Ratchet and Clank, but we're talking like colossal sized AAA PS5 PlayStation Studios exclusive for PS5. It's not releasing on PS4. You know, eventually it'll probably come to PC, but who knows how many years from now that'll be. To me, this is where it has to begin. Like, going forward, and I know people are going to cringe at me saying this. I cringe a little bit too, but just brace yourself, because it is going to happen. Herman Hulst confirmed it. We are going to see PS4 game announcements from Sony next year and the year after that. And I know that that's a difficult pill to swallow. And the initial gut reaction is I want to, like, freak out and be like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. I get it. But keep in mind, those games that are going to be announced for PS4 and somehow still be cross-gen 4 or 5 plus years into the gen, we are talking about the live service games. Not all of them will be, but some of them will be. And that's going to suck. There's no way around it. Like, I get it. I understand. You need the biggest player base as possible. You got all those PS4s out there. I get it. But that sucks. But it's going to happen. So I guess when I reference Spider-Man 2, my hope is that for single-player games, not live service games, but for the single-player games, Spider-Man 2 is the beginning of, like, now we only go up from here. No more going back. No more cross-gen. Now we only go up. It has to. I don't see any, because that's the thing. If there's going to be a PlayStation 6, like, the cutoff has to be now. You know, in terms of, like, if you want to move forward, like, we have to start now. Because it's true that as we approach the 3 years into this generation, assuming, I don't know, like, I've seen some people say, like, they want this generation to be like 10 plus years, and I get that. Like, that could be justified. I just don't think that's happening. So if there is going to be a PlayStation 6 by 2027 or 2028, we got to move on now. Like, we got to get a move on. The pandemic's over. You know, there's no more console shortage. Devs have had years at this point to, you know, work with their engines and figure things out. PS5 Pro is apparently coming. So other than the live service games, Sony, and even then, I want to make it clear, I do expect some live service games to be PS5 exclusive. You know, at least some. Not all of them, but some. So it's a great question, NewSoul9, or even though it wasn't necessarily a question, it's just kind of giving your opinion, but it definitely gets me thinking about this current console generation and how things are going, and how, I don't know, man. Like, the thing that you know what I'm afraid of? You know what I'm actually afraid of? I don't think Sony's going to do this, but man, just kind of seeing what EA announced. What if Sony, I don't know, man. Like, what if Sony's like 6 months after the launch of Spider-Man, they're like, here's a PS4 version. Here you go. I'm afraid of something like that happening, because I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I understand why Sony felt like they had to support cross-gen longer this time around, but I really hope they don't do something. You're saying don't speak that into existence. Dude, I'm just saying, man, like we have to prepare ourselves. You know? Like we have to be ready that could be the plan. I'm hoping it's not. It would be that would be disastrous in my opinion, because at that point, if Sony were to do that and be like, yeah, it turns out Spider-Man 2 actually wasn't really developed from the ground up for the PS5 and we're going to put it on PS4. I mean, they haven't done that with Ratchet, you know what I mean? Like Ratchet and Clank, it's been proven like, well, actually it's been proven it can't run on the PS4, but you know, I guess if they really wanted to, they could have found something like a loading screen or something to put in place there if they really wanted to. But I don't know, man. Spider-Man 2 is big. That's the thing. And if Sony were to come out and be like, yeah, we're going to put out a PS4 version, I would think to myself, like, you know, I don't know what the console generation is anymore at this point. You know, I guess the console generation at that point would transform into it's just about getting like certain benefits and upgrades, but you know, I don't think we would truly, I don't think we'd be able to use the term like generational leap anymore. You know, like we would have to call it something else, like I don't know, just upgrades, you know, just some type of upgrade. But we'll see, man. We'll see. That the one thing I will say, because I know some people are probably freaking out right now, being like, oh my God, is Spider-Man 2 actually going to come to PS4? I will say, keep in mind, Sony plans to sell 25 million PS5s this fiscal year. They did not waver with that. Like, they're still aiming for 25 million PS5s. And the shortage is over. And Spider-Man 2 is probably the biggest true system seller. Like, this game has the power to really move a lot of units. So, as long as Sony is serious about we want to sell PS5s, I don't think Spider-Man 2 will come to PS4 at any point, because that's a game that has the potential to sell PS5s for the rest of this generation. And if Sony were to make Spider-Man 2 available for PS4, they're sending a clear message to everybody who owns a PS4 and hasn't upgraded to the PS5. You don't have to. That Sony would be sending that message to PS4 owners. And that to me is counterintuitive with what they're trying to achieve with the PS5. So, see what I mean about the super chats, New Soul 9? You know, I wasn't even planning on making that a topic of discussion, but I think I spent 15 minutes on it. So, really appreciate that, dude. I got George Washington here, member for a month. He says, do you see a comeback for Microsoft next generation? Microsoft exclusives always end up like a bad CW show. Damn. Better games on Xbox just creates more competition, which is good. I mean, yeah, if you're talking about next generation, I think the comeback has already kind of started now. But I think it's safe to say that the remainder of this generation is kind of building momentum up to the next generation for Microsoft. And you can tell they're already building momentum. And if they can continue to build that momentum going, and it just increases more and more going into the next generation, as long as they can nail the announcement of next generation and they don't make any major mistakes like they did with the Xbox One, like if they can kind of nail it like they did with the Series X a bit or the 360, then I think they will have fully made a comeback where it's like now they are, I don't know that it'll be enough to like overtake PlayStation necessarily, but I do think that, like you said, it will hopefully lead to more competition, because we need it, you know. I think for a long time the fear with Microsoft and what they're doing is like, is this gonna like, you know, really potentially destroy certain things? And that's always a possibility. But right now things have calmed down, and I feel relatively confident in saying that if Xbox just keeps up the momentum they have, and assuming they're not going to buy another publisher, I don't know, maybe that's a bad assumption, right? Like I'm giving them too much credit there. They probably will at least try to, but if they could just keep up the momentum, I think that they will be giving Sony much more competition next generation. But at the same time, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Microsoft still has something to prove. I know that people, not everybody agrees with that. Like, in my opinion, they have to. So they had their showcase and they showed good games or games that got people excited. We need to see the delivering on those games. You know, we need to see those games come out and see if they actually deliver. You know, so yeah, that's, I guess, my my thought on that, George Washington. And we have Toyota Coaster. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying Killzone 20th coming soon, November 2nd, 2024. Thoughts? You know, I didn't realize that was actually, I didn't realize that was coming up, man. Killzone's 20th anniversary, November 2nd, 2024. I'll be real with you, man. I know this sounds a little bit depressing. I think the most you will see is a tweet or a blog post from Guerrilla Games celebrating it, saying thank you, and that's it. Like, I think Killzone's done, honestly, and I don't think it has, like, if you've been following Guerrilla Games and listening to what Guerrilla Games has said in recent years, it is clear that they don't want to make Killzone. And I wonder if people know that or not. I think a lot of people assume that it's always Sony. Like, Sony is the one telling their studios what they can and cannot do, what they should or should not do. I'm sure Sony has, they do have some type of control, but I'm sure that they give them suggestions and, try to influence them if they think it's, in their best interest. But at the end of the day, dude, if you listen to the way Guerrilla's, top people and whoever's giving the interviews and talking about the studio, if you listen to the way that they talk about their studio, they talk about their future, and they talk about the Horizon franchise, like, dude, it's all about Horizon, man. And I just don't think they have any interest whatsoever, for better, or worse, in going back to Killzone. And I'll be honest with you, man, don't be shocked. Again, maybe I'm being a little bit overly negative today, but don't be shocked if when Killzone's 20th anniversary comes around, they don't acknowledge it. I don't know, man. I think that's a bit extreme. I would hope at the very least they would acknowledge it. But anybody who's expecting like a new Killzone game, like a Killzone trilogy or something, it's you have a better chance of getting a first-person shooter based in the Horizon universe than you do of ever getting a new Killzone. It's just the way it is, man. Sony, not Sony, I think Guerrilla has moved on. And I think if Sony were to go to Guerrilla and like ask them, like, do you guys have any interest in making a new Killzone? I think their answer would unequivocally be no, we're moved on. We did enough Killzone. And maybe it's a little bit disappointing, but yeah, that is true. Concord, we have Concord. Concord could be terrible for all, but I'm hoping it's not. But we do have a new FPS coming. It's a new IP. So I don't know. I guess if I were, for all the PlayStation first-person shooter fans, my question to you is this: would you prefer a new Killzone, or would you prefer a brand new first-person shooter IP? Well, I'm going to answer that for you. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter what you prefer because you are getting a new IP, a new first-person shooter IP. I guess I'm just saying that there is some hope. If you enjoyed Killzone because it was a solid first-person shooter, then there is hope. All right, let me see here. I got Josh Z, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my friend. You're saying, does anyone else find it funny that we didn't get mid-gen refreshes when we really needed them, like during early 3D? Why is it happening when the law of diminishing returns is so high? That's such a funny question, Josh. Like, I didn't even think of that. But you know what? It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I don't know. You know, I think the answer might be as simple as just no one really thought of it. I think it might actually just be that simple, where it's just like, you know, there was basically a way of doing things, and they just, I don't know, maybe they just never thought of it. Although I don't know if I believe that as to be the answer, though, because we would always see like revisions of the PlayStation 1, of the 2, of the 3, and you have to imagine that when they were doing these revisions for these consoles, that they thought at some point, like, should we bump up the hardware? I don't know. I mean, you're not wrong, man, that if they decided to do that, it could be an architecture thing. I don't know. I don't know, man. All I do know is that it is so weird. Like, the conversation surrounding the PS5 Pro is, I don't know, it's fascinating to me, man. It really is, because I just am so curious to see where we are by like June or July of next year, because that's when the announcement will happen. And I'm just so damn curious to see what that announcement looks like, what games Sony decides to show off on a PS5 Pro, and how they choose to talk about it. I'm so curious to hear what Mark Cerny may have to say, because I'm sure he's going to have something to say about the Pro console. And more than anything, I'm just really interested in hearing about what people think when it's announced. I hope it goes well, but it is true, man. Like, we are getting another mid-gen refresh console at a time when it's not that improvements can't be made. They clearly can, but there is no denying that the difference you're going to see, you know, is not going to be as great as when we saw it the first time with the PS4 Pro. And it wouldn't be as great as, you know, maybe if we got something like that with the PlayStation 3. Again, I think maybe the PlayStation 3's architecture or something is why, you know, I think Sony was already having a hard enough time. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, the PS1, I don't think needed a mid-gen refresh because it was Sony's first console. The PS2, I think Sony just figured, why the hell would we do a refresh? We're like dominating, like, completely. You know, like, I think it's just like the PS2 is everywhere. We don't need to, like, why would we do a mid-gen refresh? And I think with the PS3, if it was ever considered, they're like, look, we're having a hard enough time getting developers, you know, like, they're struggling enough as it is to just figure out the PS3 as it is. Let's just leave it alone. So when I consider this, I think it actually starts to make more sense to me why we didn't see a mid-gen refresh until the PS4, because the PS4 was like, well, everything's fine. You know, like, it's selling well. It's doing really well, and people are buying 4K TVs, so maybe we could just up the GPU power, you know, for 4K TVs. And I think it worked out, and that's why I feel like, again, I don't know what's going to happen with the PS5 Pro, but it's not as easy of a sell. It's just not. You know, like, everybody already has 4K TVs. Nobody has 8K TVs. There's like no 8K content. So it'll be interesting. I mean, what we could see is Sony basically lean more heavily into frame rate, but that's a tough sell, even though it may not seem like it, because, you know, I want to remind everybody, when we get these consoles that come out, whether it's a mid-gen refresh or a brand new generation, these companies always focus on the visual fidelity side. What we could see is basically a shit ton of ray tracing. I think that's what we might see. I think, like, Mark Cerny might come out and be like, here's Wolverine. And it's just like, you know, like, he's focusing on the reflections of on Logan's claws and shit, you know, and of his, like, dog tag on his chest. Just the craziest, like, shit. You know, I could see that being what Sony does, but it's a great question, Josh, and honestly, it's one that I I didn't think of, but I think that's the best answer I could come up with. PS1, first console. PS2, too dominant. PS3, let's just let developers worry about figuring out the cell architecture. So, good stuff, man. Thank you for the super chat. And I have a Chris B, a longtime member, 35 months, saying Death Stranding 2's release date at the Game Awards or sooner. That's funny, man. I was just thinking about Death Stranding. I was just thinking about Death Stranding 2, and I think the reason why I thought about Death Stranding 2 is because Kojima is in the process of editing something again. I think he showed a picture. He always likes to take these kind of pictures, and it looks like he was editing a trailer potentially. Gamescom is about 9 days away, I think, and it could show up there. You know, I mean, I feel like it's been a while. We haven't heard anything about Death Stranding or seen anything of Death Stranding 2 since it was first announced at the Game Awards last year. So I hope we do, man. You know, I am dying to see what the gameplay. Like, honestly, I'm dying to see what the gameplay of Death Stranding 2 ends up being, because check this out. It's so funny you mentioned Death Stranding 2, man, because I have a quote here from Hideo Kojima. This was from a little while ago. This is what Hideo Kojima said when he was asked about what we can expect from Death Stranding 2, and I think he was asked in regards to gameplay. He says, quote, "In order to appeal to people who didn't play the first one, I've made the game nostalgic, but also new. I can't say any more than that right now." Like, I'm telling you, Death Stranding 2's gameplay is going to be completely different from the first one. I'm telling you. Kojima using the term nostalgic. What type of gameplay would be nostalgic? I mean, what kind of what could he be referring to? I'm telling you he's referring to Metal Gear. Like I'm telling you he's going back to the more traditional, like, you know, stealth action. And if you played Death Stranding, I know a lot of people were like, it's just a delivery simulator, but anybody here who's played Death Stranding for an extensive period of time, you can vouch for me when I say that if you play enough Death Stranding, you realize there are plenty of opportunities in that game and plenty of gameplay moments that are very much like what you would get from Metal Gear. There's stealth, there's action, there's that. It even has a bit of that like kind of Phantom Pain feel where you approach certain camps and whatnot, and you can basically go Solid Snake on their ass or Big Boss on their ass, whatever you want to do. It's just that in order to progress the game, you had to deliver packages. You're saying no, there isn't. It's peppered through, but it's still just a stupid delivery game. No, well, first off, I don't think it's stupid, but I will agree that you're right. It's not saying it's kind of peppered through. Yeah, it is more like it's seasoned. You know, it's the seasoning on the game, but it's because it's not the main driving factor. But there were elements that were there that, especially like in boss battles as well, where you're like, So I'm just so curious, man. I cannot wait to see Death Stranding 2 gameplay, because I just feel, I don't know, man. I feel like Kojima has dropped a couple hints that give us this idea that I think it's going to be like gameplay wise much more in line. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping that's what it is, because that would be very interesting to me, but I'm curious, man. I'm curious to see. But yeah, to answer your question, I got a little bit off track there. I think we could see Death Stranding 2 turn up at the Game Awards, or not, Gamescom. Gamescom again is happening on August, I think 22nd. So that's very soon. But if we don't see it there, then I guess the safest bet would be the Game Awards. Or who knows, maybe we could go all year without seeing it, but that would be kind of weird to me. So I appreciate that, Chris. Nostalgia. Does that mean it's going to be like Mario Brothers? Oh my god, yeah, it's a side scroller. It's a platformer. That'd be so funny. DeathStranding 2 is a console exclusive. Yeah, it's going to be a PS5. I don't know. I don't think it was announced for PC. It might come to PC, but right now I think it's a PS5 console exclusive. Yeah, Death Stranding is going to be a 2D side scroller. Well, Kojima was not kidding when he said it would be nostalgic. You know, that would be the ballsiest move ever. That would be the craziest shit ever, wouldn't it? Yeah, maybe I need to rethink what he means when he uses the word nostalgic. Subtext, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, man. You're saying the Xbox Series S wasn't made to benefit value gamers. It was made to benefit Microsoft by undercutting the PS5's price without having to eat big costs. A cheaper box to make that worsens the gaming experience for Xbox fans. Yeah, I mean, there's no denying that by this point in time, the Xbox Series S is showing limitations in some areas. And you know, you say here with your super chat, it's a cheaper box that worsens the gaming experience. There's actually an interesting article. I forgot to bring it up here. Give me 1 second. And maybe I'll just dive right into this article. Oops, hold on. I don't know how I'm going to find this. Give me 1 second. Why can't I find it? Sorry, guys. There's this really interesting Forbes article. It's like an opinion piece, but I wanted to read it. What is it? His name's Paul Tassi, I think. Who wrote it up? Yeah, here we go. All right. So check this out. Even though I still can't find it somehow. There. Here we go. All right. Sorry that took so long. I thought I had this article up. I came across this article from Forbes, written up by Paul Tassi. The title reads, Microsoft's Xbox Series S parity demands are now handing Sony free wins. Okay, and I figured maybe this would be an appropriate time subtext to read this because you're bringing up the Series S. It says, at the start of this console generation, Microsoft made a surprising decision. Rather than split its consoles between disc and digital only like Sony, it actually split them between power level. The Xbox Series S was cheaper, but lacked the horsepower of the more expensive Series X. It was meant to be a bridge between generations and a lower cost entry point, but Microsoft made an important promise. While there would be some variance in technical capabilities between consoles, feature parity between the two would remain the same. It would remain the same because Microsoft would demand it remain the same from both its own studios and third parties. However, over time, that became harder and harder to satisfy. Some developers have grumbled about the Series S requirements for a while, but now we have a prime example of this parity demand actively hurting the Xbox ecosystem and its own players. Larian has delayed the release of Baldur's Gate 3, currently on pace to possibly be 2023's Game of the Year, until they can figure out how to make split screen work on the Series S. Michael Dowse, director of publishing, made the problem very plain. We've said many times in the past that the issue is getting split screen working on the Series S, which is taking more time, but is in progress. This is what he said on Twitter. This is a huge technical hurdle, but we are unable to release the game on the ecosystem without this feature. We cannot remove the split screen feature because we are obligated to launch with feature parity. And so we will continue to try to make it work. We have quite a few engineers working very hard to do what no other RPG of this scale has achieved, seamless drop-in, drop-out co-op on the Series S. We hope to have an update for you by the end of the year. Microsoft's demand for feature parity between the Series X and S quite literally means that Xbox players are not able to play 2023's possible Game of the Year until 2024. Larian cannot simply cut the feature because Microsoft won't let them. A feature that the majority of players of the game probably will never use, mind you. You can say, okay, well, Microsoft just needs to end the feature parity demand between the X and the S, In this case, Microsoft could give the okay to cut split screen and the game could release, and yet you can see how Microsoft has sort of trapped itself. For Baldur's Gate 3, that means split screen, and Xbox owners who are not following video game news every second of the day might find themselves buying a Series S version thinking they can play co-op with their friend who owns a Series X, just to find out that they can't. You can extrapolate that out of any number of games. Various points of pain in Series S development could result in any number of cut features, and those would have to be explained away in fine print for the Series S players, or they'd simply buy the games and be upset that those features weren't there, not knowing any of this. This is Microsoft not really thinking through the concept of the Series S from the start. The feature parity demand actually does seem necessary, but the further we get into this generation, the more modern games are pushing the technical envelope, and the more the Series S is straining to keep up, and developers are straining to meet Microsoft's demands. As we can see in this example, Microsoft has essentially handed PlayStation... hold the phone, everybody. I didn't see this. I'm not saying this. Nope, I'm not saying it. This is Paul Tassi of Forbes. Quote, as we can see this example, Microsoft has essentially handed PlayStation a console exclusive for one of the biggest games of the year without Sony even needing to make any kind of deal. That's a disaster. End quote. Paul Tassi said that, not me. I don't want to hear shit. All right? Don't come after me. Don't come at me. That is a quote. Anyway, final paragraph of the article. Oh my God. Vindication here. A little bit. Says it's not clear if there's a way out of this. Stopping the feature parity demand would be a mess. Stopping Series S sales wouldn't solve the problem with millions out there already that cannot just be abandoned. Time traveling to not release the Series S is the first place to avoid all this, but is not possible. So they're stuck unless they can think of something else. But yeah, to me, this is you're saying, calm down, bro. No, I'm so I got triggered. I was told it is not a console exclusive, okay? I was told. But yeah, I thought that was a really interesting article because it's true, you know? It's a problem, and I mean, maybe it's not. To me, it's obvious, like it's clear that as we go further and some games really start to push, at least try to push the limits a little bit, the Series S, not just the Series S, but the entire Xbox ecosystem might miss out. And I don't know, man. I don't know how I would feel, truthfully, right now if I was an Xbox fan and I spent years defending the Xbox Series S, and I spent years, basically telling all the people who are concerned about it, even some developers occasionally expressing some concerns or frustrations, just to see that, like, a game that's sitting at a 97 on Metacritic and is obviously going to be in the running for Game of the Year, and hell, might even win it. Yeah, your entire console ecosystem isn't getting it because of the Series S. It's not, at least now. It might get it eventually. There's no ETA on that. But, sorry. I would feel like a fool. Truthfully, I would feel like a complete fool for championing this console and making it seem like bad things could not come from something like the Series S, because it's just clear that it's having a real tangible impact at this point in time, and you have to imagine that it'll likely continue as we go further. So, subtext, I don't think you're wrong, man. All I know is that I didn't invest in the Xbox ecosystem, but if I was somebody who decided to buy like a Series X or something, and I was kind of excited by the notion of, it's a powerful console, new generation, even you know, even though a game like Baldur's Gate 3 isn't necessarily something I'm very interested in, I think it sucks, man. It sucks. You know, like it sucks that's a problem that that entire player base has to deal with just because, you know, like because well, you gotta get this game working on it. I mean, like I have a serious question. What if Larian, after like months and months of development, what if they just come to the conclusion like we can't get this game functioning on this we just can't do it. It's not possible. I'm not saying that's what will happen. We don't know. They say they're working very hard on it. They have engineers. But if that does happen, like what then? You know? Like that you just completely miss out on this massive game? So, you know, you're saying I think this is where people call you out, MBG. To most, this would be considered as concern trolling. Well, keep in mind, I'm answering a super chat here. Like, I didn't come to the table with this, and this is no offense to subtext. You know, people in super chats are allowed to bring up whatever they want. He brought up the Series S. I'm just giving him an answer. You know, I'm just giving him my thoughts on it. Truthfully, I'm not concerned at all. I don't give a shit. You know, like if you were to just super chat me and ask me please don't do this because I'm going to answer it now. If you were to ask me, MBG, how do you feel about the Series S? Well, all right, I'll be honest with you. If it was a super chat, I would feel obligated to give you more than a I don't give a shit answer because that just feels kind of wrong. But I guess generally speaking, my thoughts on the Series S is I don't care. You know, like that's a decision that Microsoft made. People championed it. Some people still do champion it. That's like whether it's a problem or not, it's part of the Xbox ecosystem and I have nothing to do with it. And like my only concern, like the only time I'm ever going to ask a question in regards to the Series S is this going to affect the PS5 version? And if the answer is no, okay then, you know, but I would never buy a Series S. It's just not like, even if I were to buy an Xbox console, I would buy the more powerful one. You know, that's the one I would go for. So the Series S, truthfully, for me, is just not something I care about. I do want to add this though. And this is just to make sure I can be totally fair and balanced with my assessment. I do think the Series S is clearly becoming a problem to a certain extent in the development space. However, I get it, man. Like, I have seen people say, like, you know, I got the Series S for my kid or my niece or my nephew or, you know, maybe a friend or family member who's not super into gaming or they ended up getting it because it's more affordable. I get that. And I don't want to gatekeep so hard and make it sound like, man, you're a problem if you know, want to only pay $300 for a console and you don't want to pay $500 or something like that. Like, you know, I get it. Like, I understand that side of it. And I think, you know, I don't want to be the type of person that's like, man, there's something wrong with people buying kids Xbox Series S consoles. Like, nah, I get it. I just think it kind of it comes back down to Microsoft, and that was their decision. And, you know, I just will finish off by saying, I remember when the Series S was first announced, and there's so much conversation around it. And the only thing that I remember, I mean, there was so much shit going on, but one of the things I remember was I expressed concern where I'm like, how is this going to impact this like the entire generation? Because I just get a bad feeling that like it could have a negative impact. But now it's like, well, we're in it. Let's see. And really quick here, we got Chris B. Well, really quick, actually, Shems actually, I guess, re-upped their membership. So shout out to Shems for re-upping their membership. And we also have Chris B coming in, dropping our first membership gifts of the day. He drops 5 gifts out for this community. So big shout out to you for that, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you for showing that continued support, man. He's also a longtime member. He's been here a while and also spreading the love. So love to see it, Chris. Really appreciate that. Let me actually, I'm a little confused here because I think my member count is a little bit off. Let me double check. I think that is a total. Yes, we have. It says it's at 2, but we're at 6. It's counting some of the milestone chats. for some reason. I don't know why it's doing that. And as I come back to the screen here, we got Fred, ADHD Vance, another longtime member, longtime gifter, frequent gifter, dropping another 5 memberships for us. Basically, 10 memberships gifted in a matter of minutes here. Love to see it. Thank you so much for that, Fred. Really appreciate the continued support. MBG has become a member as usual. Yeah. Dude, it's so funny because, like, I am a member of my own channel, but, like, I never realized, like, I never thought that, oh, wait, I have to be a member for a year to get all the badges. Like, I don't get special treatment. I'm a member to my own membership, and I don't get special treatment. I have to wait it out just like everybody else. So I was a little bit late to it. But yeah, Fred, dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, dude. That brings us up to, let me see. Hold on now. Wait, now? Okay, sorry. I got very confused for a second there. Yeah, that brings us up to 13. Wait, that's not 13 members. Hold on. I gotta go. I feel like, did I miss a 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh, okay. I missed like 2 member chats, milestone chats. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I got super confused there for a second because it was showing me a different number, and I totally missed these milestone chats. So we're at 11. We're at 11 members total. Okay. Glad we could sort that out. You're saying 2 re-ups. Did we? No, I don't know. On my end, I see 2 5 member. So Chris B gifted 5, Fred gifted 5, Shems re-upped his membership, and then I have Nick Taylor, GC84, Chris B, and George Washington all with milestone chats. So yeah, I think we're at 11. All right. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure everything's sorted out. But Fred, Chris, thank you guys so much, man. And let me see. Where did I leave off here? Subtext, again, thank you for the super chat. And I got a milestone chat from GC84. He says, since I've been playing through Spider-Man Remastered again, imagine Insomniac really released Wolverine in 2024. Shame on PlayStation Studios then, except SSM. Yeah, I know, man. Insomniac has been insane. I would not doubt them. I would not be completely shocked if Wolverine actually makes it out in 2024. It could happen, dude. Never doubt Insomniac. And really quickly here, we have Fred Vance once again. Fred ADHD Vance definitely wants to be my ADHD today. He comes in and he drops another 5 memberships for this community. Dude, Fred, thank you so much for the direct support. Thank you to everybody who is super chatting, who is gifting memberships. Again, I'm fan funded here. I'm able to do this because you guys show this type of support. So let me give you a. It's dangerous to rely on teraflops. Probably be using a lot of Mark Cerny's today. I got to get a new Mark Cerny quote. By the way, should let everybody know, all of my members, go check the community tab over on the channel here because I asked you guys to give me soundbite ideas. Don't give them to me in the chat right now. Go to the community tab, give me your idea. I'm going to let that build up a little bit, and eventually I'll update them. And we got Hellbound 1981, another legend here, coming out, dropping 5 membership gifts of his own. Thank you once again, man. Hellbound, Fred, you guys are always here. Chris is showing up too. Really appreciate you guys consistently showing that support, man. So that actually brings us up to, let me see here. That brings us up to 21 members on the day. Love to see it, man. Let me update this. And Hellbound, which I guess I'll give you a Crazy Arnold. I think you like the Crazy Arnold. Everybody likes the Crazy Arnold. And we got a full-blown membership train going right now, because before I can even move on, we have Herpy Derps. Herpy Derps coming in, dropping another 5 memberships, another legend here, doing some work for this community, gifting. Love to see it, dude. Thank you so much for that, Herpy Derps. By the way, Herpy Derps, I think it was you. I feel like I said this to you before, but just to be clear, I wasn't able to use the Joker soundbite, by the way. Because I think it was you that asked for it. I got to be careful with certain sound bites because for some, I mean, if you're like taking them from like certain movies or something, I don't know, the way copyright works is different for everything. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to use it, man. But that would have been a perfect one. So we'll have to just keep kind of experimenting, keep thinking of different things, but we'll get there, man. So I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for gifting another 5 memberships. I'm going to add that to the total here. And that brings us up to 26 members on the day. So some pretty big numbers, I think. Keeping that membership train going. And really, really quickly here, I'll get to the rest of the super chats. But just because Crucifixion, he's basically just doing a little donation here. He says, I'm not near my computer, so here's $5. Really appreciate that, dude. That's very kind of you. Crucifixion, shout out to you, man. Shout out to this community. You guys are always doing some heavy lifting for one another and me. But yeah, dude, just to get back to what GC was saying, Insomniac, so really quick, I put out this tweet and you guys might be interested in this. I put this out earlier where you tell me if you agree or disagree with this tweet, okay? It caught more traction than I expected. So this is what I said. I said, it's crazy to think just how much heavy lifting Insomniac has done for PlayStation this generation so far. They are truly the #1 studio right now. And I put a picture of Spider-Man 2, Ratchet & Clank, Miles Morales, and their studio logo. And, you know, understandably so, a lot of people are getting a little bit in a tizzy that I said that because they're like, hold on. There are other studios that are better than Insomniac. And to be fair, I meant, like, I was talking about PlayStation studios. Like when I said they're truly the #1 studio, I meant within the PlayStation Studios family. I wasn't trying to speak like generally, although I think that there are people who think that Insomniac is just straight up like the #1 studio in the industry right now. I mean, that's a tough one. I don't know. They might be, dude. I don't know. There are a lot of great studios out there, but for me, I just was talking about PlayStation studios because that's the thing. I consider top tier PlayStation studios. I mean, in my opinion, they are the best of the best in the industry, but Insomniac is doing some crazy stuff over here, man. And we have Laughing Man 923 gifting 10 memberships. Laughing Man 923 comes out of nowhere and drops a 10 bomb on this community. And if I'm not mistaken, Laughing Man, this is, I think, your first time gifting on this channel, right? I'm pretty sure it is. I don't recall. This is a name I don't recall seeing it unless maybe you gifted 1 or 2 times a while ago. But huge shout out to Laughing Man. I got to give him one of these because it seems like it's his first time dropping a 10 bomb here.
Holy shit.
Love to see it, man. Thank you so much for that. We got some W's in the chat for Laughing Man. And I do just want to remind everybody, if you want the chance to be given a membership or gifted a membership, because we have as you can see, a lot of community members here that love to gift, click any of the icons up top that have gifts on them and opt in to receive a membership. But yeah, one last time, man, shout out to Laughing Man 923. This is something I definitely like to highlight. We have many community members here that continuously gift, that gift consistently, and over time they start to kind of, I guess, inspire other members here to, for the first time, as we can see, like drop a 10 bomb on us, you know, drop 10 membership gifts. So really appreciate that, man. Thank you guys so much. And let me see. Let me make sure I'm all caught up here. I got, who is this? Where are you? Nick Taylor. Nick Taylor says, if you have Game Pass, you're buying a game every 3 months, and Xbox only had like 4 exclusives in 3 years. Yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. There have been plenty of conversations surrounding Game Pass where it's like, you know, Is it really worth it? We know, and I'm not trying to bring this up to hold it against Microsoft, because we've talked about it plenty of times, and it's, at this point, it is water under the bridge. But it is just crazy that for all of 2022, you know, Microsoft didn't really have any major releases, but there were people that were like, you know, then they were starting to question, like, damn, dude, like, is it worth it to stay subscribed to Game Pass for a whole year? You know, things have changed since then, but I get what you're saying, man. I think it's up for people to decide for themselves. Like, I assume that anybody who subscribes to Game Pass, it's not just for exclusives, right? Like, it has to be for the entire catalog, or at least some more games. Mr. Gamer, you're saying how to be a member. So if you're on desktop or Android, and I think it's available now on iOS, but basically you can opt into join and become a member by hitting the join button. There should actually be a link as well down below, but yeah, there are a few different ways to do it. There's also a membership tab right on the channel's homepage that's there as well. So there are many ways to become a member. Let me see here. We got Herpy Derps with a $5 super chat saying, if the Series S is the reason why Xbox players are missing out on games, then just imagine if GTA 6 has the same issue as Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, it's a good question to bring up, man, because I mean, to me there is one seemingly major separating factor here, and that is that it seems that the Series S, the biggest issue it's having is with split screen for AAA games. Because I don't know, there's been kind of like this trend where first it started with Halo Infinite, and then now we see Baldur's Gate 3, and I think we just got confirmation from Turn 10 Studios that the new Forza is actually not going to feature split screen, and I believe all the other Forzas actually did feature split screen. And a lot of people are speculating that, like, is that the Series S? Now, I that's just speculation, but my assumption is that a game like GTA 6 is not going to have split screen. Maybe that will be the difference maker. But I've thought about that too, man. You know, GTA 6, I reread the statement that Rockstar Games put out about GTA 6 on it was around the time when that big leak happened. And the one thing that they said that I don't think I quite picked up on it the first time was they said they plan to exceed player expectations. And that's a crazy statement to hear, because it's like, exceed? Like, how are you going to do that? Because the level of expectation for GTA 6 is higher than any game I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen a game have expectations this high. So the idea that they're planning on exceeding it, it makes you wonder, like, what are they going to do with this game? And I think they could. I mean, it's Rockstar. We have some problems with them, of course. We have our problems with them, but there's no denying they know what they're doing. You know, like, I don't doubt Rockstar when it comes to game development. I question their studios with the way they release some of their older games and the way they handle them, like with Red Dead recently. I question that. But I don't question their game development skill. And my guess is that if they ever run into any issues with the Series S, they'll be able to figure it out. You know, like, I feel like Rockstar is one studio that I don't know, they're one of the biggest in the world, you know, one of the most talented. The engineers that they have probably working on these games, they could probably figure out anything. You know, they could probably work around any problem. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't anticipate that GTA 6 will be a problem with the Series S. And it would be nuts. It would truly be nuts if it was. I don't think it will be, but if that day came where it's like, you know, Rockstar basically comes out and is like, you know, we can't get this thing running properly. I mean, that I don't know. That seems so extreme that I think even Microsoft would try to step in and start throwing some of their engineers at the problem, you know, for free, to be like, we got to figure this shit out, because that would be really bad. That'd be really, really bad. We'll see. I do wonder. All right. So Herpy Derps, appreciate the support, man, as always. And we had PlayStation Pete with a $10 super chat, and he says, while filming The Exorcist, actors and their relatives died. The hell, so wow, dude. Sometimes I swear I do not get a glimpse of these. I do not get a glimpse of these super chats before I get them, and I just immediately start reading them, and I wasn't expecting to read that. Let me start over. PlayStation Pete, he says, while filming The Exorcist, actors and their relatives died. The house used in the film burned down, except Megan's room, based on a true story about kids using a Ouija board to summon ancestors. Yeah, dude. I've seen The Exorcist, and yeah, that disturbing film. I mean, I know like maybe some people today, or by today's standards, it's like that's not that scary of a movie or whatever, but I don't know. There is something genuinely unsettling, like deeply unsettling about that movie. And I remember hearing all these different things that you just mentioned about like the filming of it and shit. And you always have to wonder, you know, like these filmmakers, when they're making these movies based on really like demonic, dark subjects and topics, you know, and themes, that, you know, you occasionally hear these stories that like the actors or the producers, just the people involved with the making of the film, like they go through this shit where it's like, wait, hold on. Is this real? You know, where it's like, what's going on here? And that's, God, man, it, you know, it makes me want, just a little bit, I'm taking a bit of a left turn here. All right. But you mentioning The Exorcist and kind of bringing up this famous horror movie, it's kind of got me thinking. So I am going to be getting PSVR 2 soon, and I was looking around to see like what games, because I was like, you know what, man, it's been a long time since I've genuinely been scared. You know, like I've seen a lot of horror movies, I play a lot of horror games, but I mean, it's been like a long time since I genuinely felt like fucking terrified when playing a game or interacting with anything horror related, you know? And I was looking through the PSVR 2 games, and I saw that game Madison is apparently in development for PSVR 2, and it's going to be releasing, I guess, maybe sometime at the end of this year or next year. And I wanted to ask you guys, because I haven't played Madison. Has anybody here played this game? Because it looks like a really creepy horror game. And if so, how do you think it will translate to VR? Like, do you think it'll be an actually like genuinely scary PSVR 2 game? Like, should I just wait to make that the first way I experience it? You're saying the Poltergeist? Oh yeah, I remember that too. The movie Poltergeist. Yeah, some weird shit going on with that movie too. It could all be coincidence. You never know. I believe in that stuff though. So you're saying Logan Dark is saying you platinum Madison, it will be amazing in VR. Ooh. Yeah, because I know Resident Evil 8 is, but I don't know, man. Like to me, that's what I mean. Like Resident Evil 8, it is kind of scary, but it did like to me, it wasn't scary enough, frankly. Like there were some moments that were definitely creepy and disturbing, but I don't know, man. But PlayStation P, a little bit of a, you know, little bit of a hard left turn there with the super chat topic, but I appreciate it, man. I think I just saw one of the actors who played in The Exorcist actually just passed away, if I'm not mistaken. Dude, you know, it's funny. I think I remember hearing stories from like people's parents when The Exorcist first came out, how like, I don't know, man. It was like not, like, again, by today's standards, I don't think people feel too disturbed by it. But back then when it like first came out, it was like, holy shit, this is like next level, you know, like next level shit coming on the screen here. You're saying Sony infamously had the devs cut some content from Madison from the PS platform. I think you're confusing the games here because I know what you're talking about. The game that you're talking about is it's not Madison. It's not Madison. It's oh my god. The name of the game eludes me, but I know it's not that. Martha, there we go. Martha's dead. There we go. Okay, I could see why you get the confusion there because Martha and Madison. Yeah, that was the one. Which was yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what was up with that. But yeah, you got me kind of thinking about horror games now, and yeah, dude, I gotta say, like, I think the thing I'm most excited to experience, I need a release date for this Madison VR game now, because I think the thing I'm most excited to experience, if anything, just for the straight up adrenaline rush, is a horror game. Quick question before I move on, because as I get closer to VR, I'm going to be asking you guys more and more questions. Is there currently any horror games available for PSVR 2 right now? I could probably just Google this, but I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see what you guys, if there are any, other than Resident Evil 8, of course. Saying when it's outplay Propagation Paradise Hotel. Is that a horror game? Hello Kitty. Yeah, I guess maybe there aren't really any out right now, right? Sony said it was too violent. Meanwhile, The Last of Us. WWE Champions. Yeah, it sounds like a real horror game right there. Damn, it's okay. I'm just excited that, yeah, I've heard good things about Madison. I remember there was somebody, I forget, a while back, they kept telling me, like, dude, you got to play Madison. You got to play Madison. Kind of glad I held off on it because I will get that game for VR when it comes out. The Dark Pictures Switchback. Yeah, I saw that too. Interesting. All right, let me see here. Let me make sure I can catch up to everything. New Soul 9, thank you. Another $10 super chat, man. You're saying MBG, that never made any sense to me. How are we going to expect the same output or features with different performance levels? I love Xbox, but I hate that they just didn't stick to the X. Yeah, it's... I'm in agreement with you, New Soul 9, entirely. I am. I get why they did it, but I just really wish, just like you, that they just stuck with the X, because it is weird to create, you know, a much less powerful console and tether it to a much more powerful console, and then to basically, it puts developers in a weird spot because you turn to the consumer and the buyer and you say, don't worry, you know, whether you go with the S or the X, you'll get parity across all games. But then, you know, the developers, maybe occasionally, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but when it does happen, it's like, but we can't really do that. And then it's like, well, we already told them to expect that. So it creates a problem here, you know? And yeah, I don't know, man. I wish Microsoft would have just stuck with the X as well, because I feel like, I don't know, this just would be a non-issue right now at all. You know what I'm really curious about too, not to bring it up again, but it's, you know, I think it's relevant to this discussion. I really do wonder how much more complicated things could potentially get when Sony brings out the PS5 Pro. And when I say, I don't mean that the PS5 Pro itself is going to become like the problem. I don't think it will, but I just mean that it's like, it's just so weird that the S is going to be here for the entire generation, potentially till 2028. And Microsoft isn't doing a mid-gen refresh. As far as we know, they said they weren't. or at least Phil made it clear that they're not planning that. So you're going to have the S and the X until 2027 or 8, and then you're going to have the PS5 and the Pro. And the Pro is going to be, so I mean, based off of what we know, it seems like the Pro is going to be about double the performance of the PS5. So how much? So on the lowest end, you got a Series S, and on the highest end for multi-platform games, you're going to have a PS5 Pro. I genuinely wonder, with the Xbox fan base, like, it's a question I would actually have for them. Maybe I'll tweet this out. I don't know. Just to see what people say. Like, would you have preferred Microsoft, instead of doing the Series S, just do a mid-gen refresh like the One X, like Sony's going to do with the Pro? Would you prefer that over the S model? Or would you just prefer things stay the way they are now? Like, that's a serious, like, genuine question that I have, where, you know, I feel like most Xbox players would probably say they would prefer a mid-gen refresh, because Microsoft really hyped up the One X, you know, last gen. Like, they really hyped that thing up, and I think their fan base responded pretty damn positively to it. So, you're saying it sounds like PC scaling? Yeah, yeah, it does. I mean, and don't get me wrong, like, it's true, games are scalable, of course. Of course. That's how, you know, almost all games can run on the S. But it's just so weird, because it's clear that, like, sometimes there are kind of, like, the difference between, like, scaling, I would say in this case with the S being at the bottom versus scaling on PC, right, is that in this case, like, the developers can't go above the S at all, you know? Like, even, like, it's just interesting to me. It's like, damn, our game functions, but this one feature, the split screen, like, this can't work. And I feel like if this was just scaling on PC, they would just scale up to the next best spec that could get this to function at bare minimum. And that's what's so fascinating about the S model, and that it does differ from PC in that the developers don't have the option to do that. And if anything, I think this actually reveals maybe one of the biggest problems with the people who were defending the Series S, saying scalability. It's like, yeah, but what about when they can't? You know what I mean? Like what about when it just can't, and then they can't move it? Like, they can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? I feel like that was something that some people just actively avoided thinking about. And yeah, it is what it is. Not to keep talking about it, but, you know, the super chats here, I want to make sure I'm giving them their time here. So, yeah, I think this is the last thing. I don't know if I have any more. I might have more super chats about it, so I'm not going to say this is the last thing. But one of the things I do want to add to this is, we will know whether or not Microsoft considers the Series S a failure if next generation, if they don't do another low-end model. You know, if, like, the next Xbox is revealed and it's just one Xbox console, there's no low end, then we'll know, oh, yeah, I guess they learned the hard way that maybe they made a mistake there. Or they might do it again and double down on it. So that'll be interesting to see. Let me see here. We got Pig Roach with the super chat. I think it's actually your first time super chatting, man. Appreciate that. You're saying Halo is back on the rise. Thoughts? Very good for Microsoft. I wasn't aware, man. I haven't heard anything about Halo in quite some time, but if it really is, like, I'll just take your word for it. I mean, again, I would have to look into it, but if it really is starting to make some kind of comeback, then good for them. I mean, I never had a problem with the Halo community, you know, and I never really had a problem with Halo. I just always kind of questioned some of the decisions that Microsoft made for Halo, but I wish it all the best, dude. You know, it is kind of sad, actually. To me, it was kind of sad to watch how, I remember the first Halo Infinite trailer, like when they showed the engine, and I just remember, like, dude, the the hype was real. Like people were like, "Oh shit." And then just to see like where it started there and like where it ended, it's like fuck. And obviously the issues with 343 Industries. So I don't know, man. Again, I can't speak to it. I haven't been following it, but if it is on the rise, then good for them, man. You know, good for them. I feel like Halo players really got kind of the shit end of the stick for a while. Let me see here. We got subtext again. Thank you, bud. You're saying, since the new PS5 model seems imminent, do you think it guarantees a showcase is coming? Can't remember Sony ever showing hardware in a state of play. Actually, so I do want to remind you, Sony has shown hardware in a state of play, but the first thing that came to mind in terms of a console, I remember they showed off the DeathStranding limited edition PS4 in a state of play. And that was a while. I think that was actually in 2019. So that was a little while ago, man. I don't blame anybody for not remembering that. But that is a limited edition console. You know, I have not even the slightest clue how Sony's going to handle this. I have no idea, because it's clear this console's out there. You know, the entire thing leaked. There's a video of it. It's not a slim. It's not a slim console. It's a little bit smaller by like an inch or two. But it's not like, you know, it looks like a PS5. It does. It looks like a PS5. And it's super obvious now that Tom Henderson's reporting was spot on. I don't know who Tom has as a source, but whoever his source is must like straight up work at Sony, because he was spot on. He said that the console pretty much looks the same. He said that the reason why Sony is doing this is to streamline the production, and it's basically to save money and cut costs, and also because the technology is at a point where they don't need, you know, they can kind of change, you know, certain things up, certain components like the size and how much room they're going to take up, how much space. The heating, or the cooling, I should say, is going to be more efficient. So that's all it is, man. So it's not, yeah, I guess like it's worth saying that it is going to be a little bit smaller, like a little bit, but like realistically, it looks pretty much the same. Although it has those slits on the side, which isn't like that to me is kind of weird. Like that was the weirdest thing about this new PS5 console, is it had just those lines in the middle, those slits. Like that was so weird. And to me, that is like the biggest standout difference between this new model and the current model. But because it's going to have a detached... See, the reason why I say I have no idea how Sony's going to handle this is because it's going to have a detachable disk drive. This is a first, as far as I'm aware. I don't know. I don't know if there's ever another console that offered something like this. So as far as I'm aware, this is the first we're seeing of a console with a detachable disk drive. But I feel like that's not something you can just put in a blog post. Straight up. Like they can, but I think they're going to have to inform people. Like there's a big change being made here. That is a big change. Or Sony could take the opposite approach and say, we want to try not to inform people. Like we want people to not even ask questions. You know what I thought would be the funniest shit? If there was no announcement. Sony never acknowledges it. Ever. One day you see the current model PS5, it just goes away. And then the new model just comes in and they never say anything. And they make people figure out for themselves, if you want a disk drive, you have to go buy it. That would be horrible. I hope Sony, it would be funny, but that would be horrible. I hope Sony doesn't do that, because that would just straight up be like, what the fuck, Sony? But that's a good question, man. I think that's the question everybody has on their minds right now. Is Sony going to do another show? I mean, Special Nick, Nick Baker, I think his name is. He's gotten some PlayStation information correct in the past. He said last he heard Sony was planning some type of show in August. It's August 13th. No announcement yet. Could be nothing. They might not, but I don't know, man. It could be a state of play. They could show it as a state of play. They could just do a blog post. I hope they do a show. I do. I hope they do. Like, I don't think they will. Because I don't know. I feel like that's too good to be true. Like the idea of Sony's like, here's our second showcase. Oh, I just smashed my elbow in August. Sorry, boss. I just scared the shit out of boss. I just like hit my funny bone. You're saying, where's Grubb when we need him? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm waiting for, man. That's what I'm waiting for. Like, like, Jeff Grubb is the only person that we know of that like, whoever his source is that tells him this is when Sony's doing a show, their source is correct. Boss was like, yeah, boss, I was going to say Metal Gear Solid Alert sound. But yeah, Jeff Grubb is the only source that seems to, when he gets information of like, this is when Sony's doing a show, he's the only person that's like, okay, we can 100% lock it in. And he's been silent, man. I've been waiting. I'm like, look, if there's any merit to these rumors that Sony's doing some type of show, Jeff Grubb will be the one to say like, this is like when it's coming. And I've been kind of waiting to hear from him, like if he's going to come out and give us a month, but yeah, he's we haven't heard anything. See, Waved Max back in the chat. What's up, man? So yeah, there are a lot of questions, dude. Straight up, there are a lot of questions with this new PS5 model. I think right now, one of the biggest questions that we have, that I have, is how is Sony planning on announcing this? Yeah, I see people in the chat mentioning that Jeff Grubb's been wrong about things. I know. I'm not saying, like, I'm specifically talking about dates for a PlayStation show. He is the only one that has been correct. And honestly, he's the only one that's actually given months and basically weeks. Like, he was the only one who mentioned the showcase, saying it was happening at the end of May. And he was right. He was the only one that said Sony was doing a state of play at the end of February this year, and he was right. So, you know, I'm just saying that if he comes out like tomorrow and says like Sony's doing another show at the end of August, I'm going to believe him 100%. Like, I will get hyped. And yeah. So it's a good question, Subtext. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. And New Soul 9 again, thank you, buddy, for the super chats. You're saying, by the way, MBG, the only solution I see is refunding everybody that got an S and giving them a free X, or making the S run purely on cloud and not the hardware. Yeah, so the first solution, I don't think that would ever happen. That would probably be the ideal solution, but no, I don't. Actually, I don't know if that would be ideal, because some people might still just be pissed off. Your solution about cloud, that to me is the most likely solution. If they really need one, that will probably be it. But even then, I don't know, man. It's still like, I think people would still be pretty pissed off. But if it comes down to the wire, and it's like, this is the only option we have, I think that's the way to go. I do. And it, again, it makes you wonder, man. It makes you wonder if that might be part of Microsoft's plan. Is part of Microsoft's plan to just say, well, let's push it as far as we can go, and when it reaches a limit, and who knows, maybe Baldur's Gate 3 could be that breaking point where if they have to make an exception for some games where it's like, okay, Baldur's Gate 3 is only accessible through the cloud on the S. I don't, to me, that sounds like a viable option, man. I mean, Microsoft, it's part of their thing to push cloud and grow xCloud. And They did it with the Xbox One, right? They make games available through the cloud through there. So yeah, New Soul 9, I think you might be onto something here. I guess that's what they're gonna maybe have to consider doing. I think they're waiting right now. Microsoft might be waiting to see, because Microsoft hasn't commented on Baldur's Gate 3. They might just be waiting to see if they're able to figure it out, because that's the thing. Like, if the developers of Baldur's Gate 3 do work it out and they can release it on the S, it just came later, then I think that would give a lot of people hope that, okay, well, I guess it can be done. You know, just maybe some games are going to end up getting delayed at the worst or at the most. So it's a good question, New Soul 9. Or not a question, but a good solution, I think. We got Andrew. Thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, will the Series S become a streaming only system? Oh, yeah. Basically following up what New Soul 9 said, it could. So I think one day it will. I think Microsoft's goal would probably be, we want to wait until next generation, you know? But I think, yeah, my answer to that question is yes. I think one day it will become a streaming only console. At least for for future releases, by the way. I mean, obviously there will be plenty of games you can play natively on it, but I mean in the future. And Omen86 dropping in out of nowhere, saying, got news that 2 of my friends traded in their Xbox for PS5s and bought PSVR 2s, all because they experienced greatness at my place. I think the framed picture of Jim pushed them over the edge, though. Damn, Omen86. Yeah, I bet you that's what it was, man. I bet you that's what it was. They saw Jim Ryan's beautiful face smiling at them, and they were like, you know what? It's time. It's time to go. It's time to go to PlayStation. Love to see it. Yeah, that's awesome to hear, man. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled about the idea of finally experiencing PSVR 2. I'm not there yet. I'm waiting for we're getting close. Firewall. I think Firewall's gonna be the first game I experience, man. But that's awesome to hear. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like I don't want to feed into like the console war thing and be like, yeah, that's right, trade in your Xbox for PlayStation. But all I will say is that anybody who chooses to invest in a PS5, I know not everybody's going to take what I have to say seriously, but like, you know, I've been here since day one on the PS5. It's an awesome console, man. You know, it's an awesome console. It's got great games, great features. I've really enjoyed it. And I think that this is probably one of the best times to invest in one. So really appreciate that super chat, Omen, and happy to hear your friends are diving in, man. And that's another thing too. I do wonder, like, as more people, because I think that's going to be me, right? Like if I get PSVR 2 and I really enjoy it, I could see myself like trying to start invite people over, be like, you got to try this, you got to try this, you got to try this out. I could see that happening, absolutely. I need a portrait of Mark Cerny in the background. And Waved Max, the return of Waved Max. Not only does he come back to the stream, but he re-ups his membership. Waved Max, thank you so much for that support, man. It's good to have you back. Thank you for choosing to be a member again, dude. It's awesome to see. So Waved Max, I gotta
thank you. Appreciate it.
You Kratos, thank you for that, bud. Saying it's good to be back. Yeah, I saw some people were asking a little while ago, like, man, where's Waved Max at? You're saying it makes you lethargic? Wait, are you saying PSVR 2 makes you lethargic? That's interesting. Yeah, I'm so curious, guys. I've heard so many different opinions. Like, I see somebody saying my stream keeps buffering a little bit. Let me make sure I don't have any extra. So yeah, I do have one tab open, but yeah, I'm excited to try out PSVR 2 because I've heard so many different opinions, and I'm just really curious to kind of see, after hearing all these different experiences from people, you know. Am I dropping frames right now? Damn. Let me see here. I think I'm good now. I think it's sorted out. You know why? So actually, check this out. really quick, I have a little video clip that I want to watch with you guys. It's from Digital Foundry. So, Mark Cerny. Okay, Mark Cerny. I'm not going to spend too long on this topic, but again, we don't hear from Mark Cerny too much. Apparently, he's like super pumped about Dolby Atmos on PS5, and he actually straight up sent a letter to Digital Foundry himself. I'm not going to read this letter because it's like it's pretty long and it's super technical. Okay, but instead we have a clip here, a video from Digital Foundry. So check this out. You ready? I worked on this transition. I don't know why it took me so long to figure out how to do this, but it'll come in like very handy for streams and stuff, like when I'm reacting to stuff. But look at that. How it's taken me so long to figure out how to do this. Huh? I like it. But there we go. So, I know, right? Like anybody who's been watching my streams for a long time, you know that like it definitely wasn't like that before. I would always have to manually like move shit around, and it was just very not smooth. But yeah, this video is a clip from Digital Foundry where they talk about this. And I thought that you guys would be interested in hearing this. It's a short video. It's only 8 minutes. I don't think we're going to watch the whole thing. But actually, there's kind of a part I want to get to. I'm going to move it up a little bit. But yeah, check this out. Let's see.
And Dolby Atmos presentation, right? Like certain films that you might watch that just sound unbelievable in Atmos. I didn't get that overwhelming sensation, but I did appreciate the addition of the height channels. It's like a nice to have, right? Where it adds a little bit of extra sort of presence to the sound, but it's not a game changer. But again, this is just retrofitting games that were designed for the headphone-based 3D audio primarily to work with Atmos. So maybe this is something where developers in the future could craft an Atmos presentation if they detect that you're using it on the system. It's possible. I'm not sure. The potential's there. What is more interesting though is that so when engaging Atmos on the system, your AVR, the receiver does switch to Dolby Atmos mode. You can see that it's active. There's no additional latency between the sound playback and the visuals on screen.
Really?
So, and this is key because specifically when using Xbox with Atmos output, I've never been able to get rid of the leg issue, right?
Me neither.
Right? You have the same problem, right, Tom?
Yeah, exactly. It's the bitstream encoding and decoding, isn't it?
Yeah. It has a noticeable delay. So like if you're playing a game, like Gears 5 sounded really good with the Atmos enabled, but the lip sync goes all it's off. The lip sync's
and especially
wrong.
the guns as well. The guns, you can see it right away.
You take a shot and you see the first muzzle flash appear, but then the sound is delayed and you really feel it. And I found that really distracting. So I always just ended up going back down to regular Dolby Digital 5.1 instead. Yeah. And haven't been able to really enjoy Atmos on there, despite having this bespoke Atmos presentation. So I've never really understood what's going on there, why there's that little bit of delay. Some people were blaming eARC and ARC, but I'm not using ARC in my setup. I'm just piping the Xbox directly into the AV receiver. So it's true, though. If you enable eARC, if you plug it into the TV and you use ARC, then the Atmos delay gets about 3 times worse, and it's just unbelievable.
Now, really quick here. Hold on, guys. I'm getting like a ton of notifications. Oh, okay. Wow. All right. Yeah. So I was seeing like a bunch of membership notifications popping up. Like I kept hearing it. I was like, did I miss something? But really quickly here, before I continue on with that, I see we got Hellbound 1981 and Omen 86. Again, 2 legends here, 2 very generous community members. They both pop in and they drop 10 memberships total. Although, hold on, I feel like... Oh, okay. It's doing that thing again. Yeah, I don't know. My counter on my end is a little bit messed up today, but Omen 86, Hellbound 1981, basically dropping a 10 bomb together. Thank you so much, man. Between those two and Wade Max, that's 11 new members. So let me add to that, but I want to finish watching this video because I want to hear what else exactly they had to say. Let me just get this up here. We're very close to hitting our goal here today. We are at 47 members, so just 3 away from hitting 50. And as I say that, we got Fred Vance. Fred ADHD Vance jumps in. And he's like, let me get another 5 in here. He crushes the goal today. He brings us up to 52 members on the day. Fred, love to see it, man. Thank you so much. I'll give you a snake.
Kept you waiting, huh?
And I'll throw in another Mark Cerny in there.
Dangerous to
So let me
rely on
update this really quick,
teraflops
and then we'll
as an
continue
absolute
watching
indicator of
this.
Performance.
See, do member goal. And oh, is that let me see. Waved Max. Waved Max comes in. He re-ups his membership today, and then he decides to gift a membership of his own. So let's get some W's in the chat for Waved Max. Really appreciate that, dude. That brings us up to 53 members on the day, which is awesome to see. Again, thank you guys so much for all the continued support. There we go. So yeah, really quick before I finish out this video from Digital Foundry, if you guys picked up what he was saying, and it's not to make it like a console war thing, but I'm not too familiar with Dolby Atmos. It's not really a feature I use, but I was trying to figure out, like, why was Mark Cerny making kind of like such a big deal about it, and why was like, why are people... I just wasn't quite sure, like, what's the big deal here? And apparently, because of what Mark Cerny did with the Tempest audio engine in the PlayStation 5, it has made it so that there's basically zero lag. Like there's zero latency when enabling Dolby Atmos on the PS5. And there's actually a really interesting comment underneath this video, or we could just finish out the video, but I'll read you that comment as well. Let me bring this up here again really quick. All right, let's finish this out.
Really bad, unusable. When going direct to the AV receiver, it does produce less lag for the sound, but it's still not right, as you saw.
I really am tempted to get these Atmos speakers. They cost, for the upward, the ones that sit on top of your current 2.0 setups, they cost a fair bit. I know we talked about this earlier, John, where you say
sound systems can be really expensive.
High up on the ceiling, mount them, and have them point down at you. But it is, it's a huge expense, and I was debating whether to get it primarily for movies, but now it's out because I've only got a PS5 in my own personal setup. The Xbox is at work. The kind of incentive is there now, I think, to give it a try. But it's I'm glad about the lag issue not being kind of as prominent as the Xbox side, but it's kind of...
Well, it sounds to me like we've got sort of two imperfect solutions here. We have Xbox games that are actually mastered for Dolby Atmos.
Exactly.
But we have the latency issue. And then we have the PlayStation where it's kind of seemingly taking Tempest audio and sort of inserting it into an Atmos container, and it's not ideal, but doesn't seem to have...
So what he just said right there, this is the part that I'm a little bit confused about. He says that some Xbox games are like made for Dolby Atmos, whereas what's happening on the PS5 is they're taking games that were made for the PlayStation 5's Tempest audio and then kind of putting it into, I think, like a container, as he calls it, for Dolby Atmos. And I guess I don't know if that's inferring that that's better or worse or no different. I'm not sure here, but he's basically saying that one produces no lag, the other does.
Have latency problems.
Exactly.
So
it's weird because none of the PlayStation stuff I've tested sounded as impressive as the Atmos specific Xbox games, but those were designed for it. But of course, then there's the lag thing. So, yeah,
that's an interesting trade-off.
I've read about this lag things for years now, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been a solution forthcoming from
Dude,
Microsoft.
That's crazy. So apparently, if you make games that are like specifically made for Dolby Atmos, it's going to sound better, but it's going to have a latency issue. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm not like a huge audiophile, so I'm a little bit out of my depth here.
Some folks at Microsoft have got it off and on as well, and they're, I don't know what the issue is there. It's very strange.
We've got a question here from Jonathan Hamilton. The newest beta firmware for the PS5 enables 3D audio via Dolby Atmos. Is there any point in enabling this if you have an Atmos-capable receiver but a 5.1 speaker setup?
No, don't even bother. There's zero purpose to that.
All right, well, I think we pretty much got everything out of that we could get. Yeah, I don't know, man. What do you guys think? You're saying you never heard of this lag before? It's the first time I'm hearing of it. You're saying the Dolby team did give a recognition for what the Tempest audio tech does and how far they have come. Atmos is not widely accepted yet. I want to read this one comment that was left under here because it's interesting. Let me find it really quickly. So this is like one of the most upvoted comments from a user. He says, contrary to John's advice, talking about John Linneman, after going hands-on with Atmos on PS5, it is a vastly superior experience to Xbox. FYI, I'm not a fanboy here. I own both consoles, but the lag and patchy support on Xbox is a bummer. On the PS5 experience in Demon's Souls Remake, Horizon Forbidden West, Returnal, etc., it's exceptional. The sense of presence and directionality is superb. I still prefer using my Momentum 4 as the sound quality is so bloody good. I don't even know what that is. But now I am perfectly happy to play through the surround sound, especially with the thundering bass that adds to the immersion. No slight against John, but I feel he should spend more time with these games, especially as they really sold me on Sony's Atmos implementation. And I almost forgot Dead Space Remake. The sound stage of that game is amazing. So I wanted to highlight this because, I don't know, man, it seems like, at least based off of what this guy's saying, this guy seems like an audiophile who owns both a PS5 and an Xbox. He's saying that basically Sony's implementation here with Atmos is he's straight up calling it superior. So I don't know. I have to maybe experience this myself. I don't know. Again, I'm not an audiophile. I don't get too deep into this, but you're saying this guy's a fanboy. I don't know, man. I do have all right. I'll start. I'm going to start reading the letter that Mark Cerny sent directly to Mark Cerny sent this directly to Digital Foundry. He says, it's probably easiest, we'll do a Mark Cerny voice, it's probably easiest to talk about the Tempest-based 3D audio and the Dolby device. I can't do that. I can't read this whole thing. Let me try again. It's probably easiest to talk about Tempest-based 3D audio and the Dolby device support in terms of ambisonic audio. I don't know if I said that correct, which is increasingly popular these days. Note, there are other strategies for 3D audio, including ones that use discrete 3D audio objects, but situation is rather similar. Ambisonic audio, if I'm saying that word correctly, can be viewed as a pretty radical extension of stereo audio. With stereo audio, the game's audio engine or the middleware being used will add a sound source into one or both channels based on its location. If the source is to the right of the listener, it's primarily added into the right channel, and so on. With ambisonic audio, there are a lot more channels. Fifth order is very common and uses 36 channels, so it allows pretty good. I can't read this, dude. I'm sorry. This it's Mark Cerny, bro. Like, I don't know what's being said here. All I hear is, I'm extremely smart and I know everything about this audio and you know nothing. And trust me when I tell you, it sounds amazing. Let me go to just the very bottom of it and see if he kind of summarizes it. So the last paragraph says, also note that rendering latency for these new speaker setups is identical to what has been in the past for stereo 5.1 and 7.1. As a result, the 7.1.4 experience is for existing games should be quite good. Is it true that the game teams could not test with these speaker setups, but support should be very automatic? It is true. Sorry. It is true that the game teams could not test with these speaker setups, but support should be pretty automatic. The necessary game audio data is already there in ambisonic form. Going forward, there's an opportunity for improvement as the sound designers can verify the highest quality of audio on 7.1.4 speaker setups as well. I wish I could understand. Like, I don't quite understand. Yeah, boss is chilling over here. Boss is sleeping. So I don't know, man. It is what it is. I just it sounds to me like Sony found a solution for Atmos on PS5 that functions well. I can't speak to the audio quality. I mean, I think John Linneman said that he can hear an audio difference, like the games or the audio isn't as good, but then I'm reading comments from people, saying it's actually superior. So I don't know if we have any audio files here who are going to test this out. You'll have to let me know. But I just wish we would. I don't know, man. I appreciate hearing from Mark Cerny. I wish he would do like more interviews or something, or we could just hear him talk more. It's tough to read like this letter that he wrote up because I don't know what he's talking about, man. Like I need like a translation here. Like, what does this mean? Wade Max is saying he's got to go. It's all good, man. Hey, I'm just glad you could stop by. I appreciate the support as well, man. Thank you for becoming a member again, and I appreciate you gifting that membership out as well. It's always awesome to see you, dude. So enjoy the rest of your Sunday. You're saying, why do I say audio files? No, like, that's what... Isn't that like the terminology for people who are like super, super in the audio? They're called like audio files. But yeah, man. It's got, I mean, hearing Mark Cerny come out and kind of talk about this, it tells me that it must be pretty good. He's clearly a little bit excited about it. So my question is, if we do get a PS5 Pro, are we going to get like a road to PS5 Pro deep dive from Mr. Cerny? Because I would love to see that. I'd love to see that. Oh, I noticed I missed a super chat here, man. My bad, Omen86. I almost missed your super chat here. Omen86, you say, seriously though, Ghost of Tsushima convinced one of them. Ratchet Rift Apart sold the other one. Horizon Call of the Mountain, the boat ride demo for VR, did the rest. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Those are some very convincing games. For me, I think Ghost of Tsushima would have done it. I can't wait to see what Sucker Punch. I can't wait to see what they do with the next Ghost. I love Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima. There were imperfections, there were some imperfections, but it's one of my all-time favorite games. Fred, you're saying, MBG, if you want to get an Atmos system, go with Nakamichi brand. You can't go wrong with that brand. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll have to think about it. You're saying, Nick, 7.1.4. It's 7 main speakers, 1 sub, and 4 overhead speakers. I have that, and it sounds... Oh, okay. Sounds great on Ratchet & Clank. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah, I think I've always appreciated audio. You know, audio has always been a very important experience, but I never like got so into it that I like bought like dedicated sound systems. Like I would just buy a basic sound bar and subwoofer, you know. Is it woofer or woofer? I say woofer. I've heard people say woofer. I don't feel comfortable calling it a woofer. So I call it a woofer, a subwoofer. Saying Atmos is a gimmick. You think so? You're saying it is woofer like wolf. I can't say that. No way. Are you telling me that's actually the correct pronunciation? It's woofer? That sounds nah. I feel like you guys are trolling me. I'm saying I don't care. Even if I'm saying it wrong, I'm saying woofer. I can't. Woofer. 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 My sub W. There we go. MBG's pronunciation debuff -5. It's probably more than -5, bro. Saying I have a friend that games using a studio reference headset that he tuned for gaming. They cost like $1,200. It's stupid. Jeez. Yeah, man. I mean, when you really dive deep into these things, they become very expensive, man. Very, very expensive. Just saying woof in the chat doesn't help, guys. I love it. But that's good to hear, Omen86. Those are, I think you picked some great games. I can't speak for Horizon Call of the Mountain, but Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Ghost of Tsushima, hell yeah. All right, so here's another topic I want to talk to you guys about. Because this one, I might get a little bit ranty about. All right, I might get a little bit ranty about this topic, so bear with me here. I gotta find it. All right, so once again, bringing up Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is it's not necessarily I guess it is the focal point, but it leads to a bigger conversation. So this tweet was put out by IGN yesterday. No, actually the day before. And they say, while Baldur's Gate 3 is being widely celebrated by fans and developers alike, some are panicking that this could set new expectations from fans. And actually, so if I click on this link, I'm trying to... Let me see here. It takes me to a video.
Internet by storm. At its peak, a whopping 800,000 plus
is this
players
Destin from
were playing this weekend, catapulting it to the number 8 most played of all time spot. The gaming community has sung its praises, and it's incredibly refreshing to play a feature-complete game of this caliber on day one. But AAA game developers want you to know that this is rockstar level nonsense for scope, that it's foolhardy to set expectations higher, and Baldur's Gate 3 should not be used as a raised standard to RPGs going forward. Why was the first response to defend the current state of AAA gaming as opposed to saying, hey, maybe we can learn a thing or two from Baldur's Gate 3 and make our game better for our customers? This all kicked off way back on July 8th, a lifetime ago by internet standards, I know, when a writer and BAFTA nominee, Xavier Nelson, took to Twitter to express concerns about Baldur's Gate 3, namely that fans would use Baldur's Gate 3 to apply criticism or a raised standard to RPGs going forward. My rebuttal is, why shouldn't customers have raised standards? Taking it a step further, why shouldn't some AAA developers raise their own standards? Are we really going to pretend that consumers shouldn't be a little upset right now and hoping for an improvement in the industry going forward? Rockstar just announced a $50 remake, conversion of the original Red Dead Redemption for the PlayStation 4 and Switch that has no mention of a 4K update, no mention of 60 FPS, and no mention of multiplayer support. The game came out 13 years ago, and the Xbox port does everything they're offering, and then some for free with your 360 copy. Go buy a brand new copy of the Game of the Year edition on Amazon right now for $30 and you're good to go. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, when released on PC, had furious fans citing numerous problems getting the game to run, frequent crashes, and similar problems on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox. EA apologized and is still working to fix the issues. Destiny 2 just released a State of the Game blog saying, amongst other things, that they don't have the resources to release new ritual armor every season. But that same studio
Sorry, I forgot that I muted myself. My bad. I don't know. So, a couple things. I don't know why it's lagging. Yeah, that was my bad. I muted the audio so it didn't come through on the mic. I think we should be good now. I don't know why. Yeah. You know, I was playing that video through IGN's video player, and I think that may have been what did it, because they had a bunch of ads and shit playing around it as well. So I had to close that out. But basically, what we are seeing is this conversation once again rear its head, and you're saying Destin is right there. Yeah, he still works for IGN, and it's weird. I feel like IGN is like taking some of his videos and like being like, yeah, we can use this, which is pretty smart, I guess, as long as he's cool with that or whatever, they're compensating him. But, you know, I think it is weird. Like, I think this entire conversation straight up is weird, because let me get this straight. A video game studio, right, that being Larian, they put in the extra time, the extra effort to make a game that genuinely impresses players. Right? They make a game that not only impresses players, but surpasses expectations and does almost everything right. And because of that, it gets rewarded with, you know, massive amounts of players playing at one time on Steam, massive amounts of people buying the game, massive amounts of praise, amazing reviews. It is truly a horrifically bad take, whether you're a developer or a gamer. But I'm assuming you'd probably have to be a developer to have this take. I mean, I don't know if there are actual gamers who have this take. It is a horrifically bad take to insinuate that people should not expect this. That gamers and players and consumers should not expect this. Now, I think the reason for this is obvious, but some people, I guess, just don't understand. This is nothing new. And it is genuinely weird to me to kind of see people having conversations about this or coming out with these takes to make it sound like, here's how it works. You ready? And this is how it has always worked and how it always will work. There are different size development studios and teams. And each team, not only do they vary in size, they vary in ability based off of individual talent. There are going to be teams that are large but lack talent. And because of that, they will get the most ridicule. There'll be a large team that gets a lot of resources and a lot of money, but they don't have the talent. And they'll produce a game that seems subpar. And they will get ridiculed for that, like I said. There are small teams There are small teams where the same thing happens, except they don't get nearly as much ridicule because they are a small team. Maybe they don't have the most amount of talent, or maybe they just don't have the most amount of people. But either way, the size of that team is limiting them. So therefore, when people play a game from a small team, the expectation is naturally going to be lower than if they are going to play a game from a large team. You also have small teams with immensely talented developers that punch well above their weight. And when that happens, they get praised. They get acknowledged. They get the recognition. And then, and this is, now, I want to check something before I say this. Okay. Then there are teams like Larian. Okay. There are teams where you have hundreds of developers and you also have many talented developers. Many of them are very talented. And what those teams tend to do when they get the right, they have the talent, they have the manpower, and they have the resources and the budget. Those are the teams that tend to push things forward and create a new standard of some kind. And Shems with the super chat saying, "Yo, MBG flying out tomorrow, abroad on vacation. Gonna miss a few streams. All the best to you and the community." Well, I really appreciate that, Shems, and I hope you enjoy your vacation, man. It is that time of the year. You know, a lot of people going out, time to relax, and yeah, man. We'll definitely be looking forward to your return. But while you're out there, man, hope you have a great time. And thank you for the super chat, man. And appreciate all the support, Shems. It's very kind of you. What I'm describing here with Larian, like, it is just dumb. I'm just gonna be blunt about it. It is just dumb to go out there and try to tell people and gamers that, like, they shouldn't expect this after a team delivers it. Where it's like, that sounds like a you problem, you know? And Omen86 coming back with another, actually, Omen86 drops 2 membership gifts, which brings us to 55 members on the day. You guys continue to crush it, man. Again, the goal today was already pretty high at 50, but you guys surpassed it, get us to 55. Omen86, once again, man, thank you so much for the support. Let's get some W's in the chat.
Thank you. Appreciate
Keeping the membership train going. Yeah, you guys are, honestly, you guys crushed it. We're like about 2 hours and 17 minutes into the stream, and you crushed 50 members, which is incredible to see. Thank you for that. And as I'm saying that, we got Fred ADHD Vance coming in again, dropping a membership, following Omen86, bringing us up to 56 on the day. 56 members on the day. Huge numbers, guys. Huge numbers. Let me give you
Do not be sorry.
a different Kratos there.
Be better.
And another snake. And just for fun, let's go Crazy Arnold while we're at it. Really appreciate it, man. Let me just kind of get to the point of what I'm trying to say. All right. Without sounding too whiny here or too complainy. If a development team does something awesome, they create a fucking awesome game, the players love it, they get rewarded for it, they get critical praise, they get financial praise, they get the whole thing. Okay? No, like, it is not my problem or any other gamer's problem or anybody at Larian Studios' problem if there are other developers out there that look at what they achieved and say, well, fuck. That's their problem. And that's up to you. Like, you are the developer. You are the development team. No one is saying you have to do what Rockstar does, what Naughty Dog does, what Larian just did. No one's saying you have to do that. But what we are saying is that if you choose to do that, you will get rewarded. You will find that when you make a great video game, you will get rewarded for it in more ways than one. And I think it's incredibly ironic that we are, hearing this shit during a time where we are still getting, as the IGN video pointed out, getting broken, buggy games, unfinished games, rushed out games. And I'm not saying that's always the developer's fault. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's the publisher. But also the fact that, we see what, just what Rockstar's doing with Red Dead, the Red Dead port. It's like, I'm tired of this shit, man. Like, this is a non-fucking issue. This is how it's always been with everything. The envelope is always going to be pushed. The bar is always going to be raised. The only question is who's going to be the one to do it. To sit back and think that, no one should do it. Or if somebody does do it, that should not be the new standard. Wrong. That is the new standard, whether you like it or not. The only question you have to ask yourself now is, do you want to try to match that? And to be fair, and this is the truth of the matter, it's okay if a development team decides, you know what? We're not as good as Rockstar. We're not even going to try to be. We're not going to pretend to be. But we're not going to be jealous either. We're just going to be who we are. And that's fine. That's what makes up the gaming industry, man. That's what makes up all industries. You have indie studios, you have smaller AAA teams, you have mid AAA teams, you have big AAA teams. And what we've learned throughout the years is that it turns out you have to have just the perfect combination. All the pieces have to fit in place in order for the bar to be raised. You need to have the manpower. You need to have the resources. You need to have the time. You need to have the talent. You need to have the vision. And there are these teams that come together where they have all of that. And we have Paul Ganell. Paul Ganell coming in today, joining this membership train, deciding he's going to drop a membership gift of his own and keep this thing going. Let's get some W's in the chat for Paul. He's clearly feeling something based off of my my ranting here, my topic. So thank you so much for that, Paul.
Enough from me.
Really appreciate you keeping this thing going. That brings us up to 57 members on the day. Love to see it, guys. Thank you again for the support, man. You're saying we live in an entitled participation trophy world. I mean, it sounds brutal to say that, but to a degree, it does get that way. And like, here's the thing. I just wish more people would be willing to open their minds to things, because like, I get it, man. I get how if you're a developer and you're working your ass off on your game and, maybe it's just not getting as much love or as much praise and you're only one person, part of a bigger team. I get it. I don't want to say, I try to be understanding. That's what I'm trying to say. I try to see both sides, and I understand, psychologically speaking, what would drive a developer to say these things, to say like, this shouldn't be the new standard. And, this is crazy. I get that. But I think it's, if anything, it's either driven by insecurity or fear, or if it's not driven by that, it's driven by a misunderstanding. Because yeah, there probably are developers who see what Larian is achieving, and if they're kind of insecure or they have this fear that, they're not going to be able to keep up, but that's the thing, is like, who's saying that? Like, who's saying your next game needs to be as good as this? No one's saying that. The hope is, hey, do your best. Please do your best. That's all we ask. And the you know what the harsh reality of life is? And I think that this becomes the misunderstanding in our society today. It doesn't make me happy, but it is the truth. And it's just the reality of our nature. Sometimes your best isn't good enough. And that's just it. Like that just sometimes in life, your best isn't good enough. Doesn't mean that's the end. It just means that it's just not good enough. And I understand that people have maybe that fear, like, what if my best isn't good enough? but that shouldn't stop you from trying, you know? Like, fear of failure is one of the worst things you can experience. And I'd argue that, like, I think the best attitude that these developers could have would be something along the lines of, you know what? That looks really fucking difficult. Like, I don't know that me or my team could achieve that, but we will try. We will at least give our best effort. Like, that's what we want to hear, because that's all that matters at the end of the day. And if you happen to, if you put your best out there and it somehow still flops, well, you know what? You got to go back to the drawing board and you got to start over. That's just how it fucking goes, man. But, you know, I just don't like that defeatist, like, don't even try mentality. I hate that shit. I hate that because it leads to nothing good. It's like, why start? You know, I'll just finish it now. It's over. I've decided it's not even possible. Like, what are you talking about? You know? Give your best, even if it's your worst. I'm just saying, man, like, it all comes down to the mentality behind it, you know? Because if you think about it, that's all this is. It's the meeting of minds, like different people giving their opinions and revealing like how they view the world and how they view things. And I'm not here to try to say like one person's right, one person's wrong, but what I do know is that the person who takes, you know, who says, you know what, I am going to fucking chase after that. And if I fall flat on my face, so be it. At least I tried. Like, at least I didn't give up before I even gave myself a chance. You know, like, that's kind of what I get from this. And I don't appreciate that, because it's just like, it doesn't even affect me. It's like, that's bad for a person in general. You know, you got to sometimes be smart. Like, if you're not a developer and you're not involved in game development, you probably shouldn't be the one saying, I'm going to make the greatest video game ever. Like, yeah, maybe that's a little overconfident. You got a long way to go. You got a shit ton to learn. You got to start from the bottom and work your way up. But it does start with that belief of like, you got to strive for something, man. Anyway, putting my rant aside here for a second, really quick, I see that Omen86 dropped another membership gift. And Hellbound 1981 also dropped another membership gift. So thank you guys so much, both of you, bringing this up to 59 memberships. So nearly hitting the 60 mark today. You guys are incredible. Thank you guys. Seriously, thank you guys. And I have, let me see here. I got Richard Rodriguez, member for 2 months. He says, so what did Mark Cerny do? PlayStation is going to kill Microsoft. End of this generation. Strong start. Let third-party exclusives carry for 2 years, then bam. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I mean, that notion that PlayStation is going to kill Microsoft at the end of this generation. I will say this. I don't know that they're going to kill Microsoft, and I don't know that I'm viewing it through that lens, but what I will say is I think PlayStation has the potential to have the strongest ending to any console generation they've ever had. And that is saying something, because the last generation, just in the last year alone, the last 2 years, we got like DeathStranding, Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Part 2. I mean, it was pretty damn good, dude. But think about all the games they have in development. Think about all the studios we haven't heard from. Yeah, dude, I think starting again, I think it begins with Spider-Man 2, but I think basically from 2024 onward, we could see Sony have like a barrage of games just back to back nonstop between their own first-party studios as well as even, like you said, the third-party exclusives that they're seemingly going to have, man. So yeah, it could be pretty big. And I got Dreamville for life. It seems that this is your first ever super chat, and you're starting with a $20 super chat. So I have to give you a big thank you, Dreamville for life. That's very kind of you. You're saying, hey, MBG, just wanted to give you a little more insight on remote play. I went on vacation overseas and tried gaming on my iPhone, and surprisingly, it worked pretty good. I think the Q Lite could be a portable PS5 with fast Wi-Fi. And I actually really appreciate you letting me know about this, Dreamville, because I'm pretty sure recently I may have actually even been on the last stream, but I know recently I basically said that I would like to hear from somebody or people who have actually experimented with this from long distances. And you're saying, and that's what's really interesting. You're saying you tried remote play on your iPhone actually overseas, and it worked pretty good. That is crazy to me. I mean, it's like not, but it is at the same time. And this is where I do start to wonder, like, maybe people are being a little bit too harsh on the Q Lite, you know? Like, imagine if you do have a PS5 and you buy the Q Lite, the idea that if you're somewhere overseas, you can just pull this thing out. All you need is good Wi-Fi. That's it. You just, and again, that's becoming more ubiquitous than ever before. Not everywhere, but it's getting there. That is pretty, like, to me, that sounds like it could potentially, I don't know, man. It could be better than what people are thinking. I think when people hear remote play, they just assume it's garbage, right? But I got to try it myself, man. Like, I'm so curious. You're saying you can do that with your phone. That's true, but keep in mind, dude, I think there's something to also be said that even though people can do that with their phone, I mean, let's be real. Who's using the touch screen controls? Who's doing that? Surely no one's doing that, right? Like, I feel like the touch screen controls are a nightmare to even try to use. So I think it's safe to say that anybody who would do it on their phone, you saying you were trying to do it. Yeah, it probably didn't work out very well though. So realistically, somebody's either going to bring a DualSense with them, you know, which is, I think that makes a lot of sense, or you're going to get a backbone. And I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, like, I think the Q Lite won't do that well, but I can see why Sony maybe thought, like, you know, and they have the data. Just to be honest, like, Sony has the data. I want that to be known. Like, they don't just make this stuff because they're like, whatever, just crap it out. No, like, they are looking at their data and they're like, there's enough people that use remote play that we could probably sell these things. Maybe not a ton, but we could maybe make a little bit of profit here, you know? And that's the thing is I think it's like, it's just the age of the internet now, man. I don't know if you guys have, I'm sure you guys have noticed this. There's just kind of like, it's, you know, the whole general consensus. There's like less room than ever before for just kind of being in the middle and having just like a conversation about things. The general consensus is usually what the reality, quote unquote, reality ends up being, just based off of how people perceive the internet. And the internet basically decided that the Q Lite is pointless and shouldn't be a thing. And I don't agree with that. I've seen more than enough people, even here just on my channel, basically saying, like, yeah, I want to give that thing a shot. Like, that actually looks like it was made for me. Or I could, I have like some use cases for that. And that's where I just think, look, I think we just people need to start talking about these things and like, they don't have to be in such black and white terms, like, it's okay for Sony to produce a product that doesn't appeal to you. It doesn't inherently make it bad or useless, like, to everybody. And I feel like we just have to realize that the Q Lite, I could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe the thing flops horrifically badly and Sony cancels it after a year. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, Sony probably saw the data and they probably thought we should do something here. And based off of the way I've seen some people here, at least even in my own audience, respond to it, and even on Twitter, like, I've seen people basically saying, like, yeah, they're interested in this. So I think the market for it is there. I just think people need to kind of realize that a market doesn't have to be massive, right, in order for there to be a product in place for it. So I appreciate that, Dreamville. That's actually some really good insight. And in the future, Dreamville, if you do get a Q Lite, because I'm assuming you're thinking about it, if you do end up getting one, man, you'll have to come back and report and let me know if you travel again or anything, you know, if it feels like it was worth it. I just want to say too, speaking of the Q Lite, the thing I find so funny about it, I love the design of the Q Lite. I know like people are like, damn, that looks uncomfortable. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, how does the Q Lite look uncomfortable? It's literally a DualSense with a screen in the middle. The DualSense is an incredibly comfortable controller. Like, it's like, imagine you just cut your DualSense in half and you put a screen in the middle. Like, to me, that sounds about as comfortable as it can get. You know what I mean? Maybe not though. But I love that because I love the DualSense. And if I was thinking, how do I make the most comfortable handheld form factor? That's probably what I would have thought of. Like, can I just cut the DualSense in half and then put a screen in the middle? So I wonder what the battery life's going to be though. I'm going to get one too, Hanzo. I'm going to get one too. Yeah, that's true. The PSP and the Vita were really comfortable. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be fun. Whenever it releases, I'm going to pick one up. I'm going to do an unboxing here on one of my streams or something, or just a video, and I'll bring it on a stream and I'll test it out and whatnot. Fred, you're saying I'm willing to invest in the Q Lite if it means not having to take a console with me. I know it could have drawbacks, but it may be worth it in the long term. Yeah, that's the whole thing, man. There's no real solution right now other than remote play. Or maybe in the future with cloud. I mean, Sony is doing their cloud push, but right now this seems like the kind of middle of the road solution where it's not fully cloud based. Because I really want to know. Surely Sony has to be planning it, a fully cloud based handheld that's basically a portable PS5. You know, like I don't know. I don't know how that would work. I mean, I get that. I'm sorry. I'm having multiple thoughts. I just really wonder why Sony isn't doing that with the Q Lite. Like, I don't know if it's a pricing thing. I don't know, right? Because if they have this robust PS5 cloud architecture, right? These PS5 cloud server blades. If they were to create a handheld just like the Q Lite and just say it's cloud-based, you boot up this device and you don't need a PS. I guess that's why you don't need a PS5. Maybe that's why Sony isn't doing it yet. I don't know. I will say this. One thing that's become crystal clear to me is that Sony is doing a lot more. You know? Sony is doing a lot more with hardware. And I'm curious to see what else they have in mind, because I wasn't expecting them to do the DualSense Edge. I wasn't expecting them to do these the earbuds, at least in this much of a premium way, where it's like these are like premium earbuds just for the, PS5 branded earbuds you can use on other devices. Certainly wasn't expecting something like the Q Lite. And it tells me that, they have a new revision of the PS5. They have a PS5 Pro. They just put out PSVR 2. I mean, Sony's going kind of crazy with hardware with PlayStation, and I kind of love it. Like I'm kind of the mindset, like, just keep it going, man. Like, any hardware ideas you have, go for it, because I just think it's cool. I do. I at the very least, I don't think I really thought about the Q Lite for like a while. I was so fixated on everything else at the showcase, I just kind of didn't even think about the Q Lite. But, as time went on and more people talk about it, I'm like, that's actually kind of cool to see Sony just put out something like that. It is. Like, I understand people will be like, what's the point? but it's cool. I kind of like it when, it brings me back to the days when these gaming companies would kind of do this more often. You know what I'm talking about? Where they just kind of like put out these random pieces of hardware. I like it. Let me see here. We got, so again, Dreamville, thank you for that. Omen86 with another super chat saying, drinking beer in the sunshine on holiday now. Phone battery nearly dead. Oh, maybe 2 minutes left. Oh, no, I guess it may have. Dude, that'd be so crazy if Omen86's battery died before I could even read this. Maybe we'll have to come back. And he says, maybe 2 minutes left. Have a nice stream. P.S. Jim Ryan equals W. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, enjoy your, Omen86, I don't know if you can hear this or not, man, but I hope you're enjoying your holiday. It sounds like you are. And dude, Omen, I appreciate you even just taking the time to still, join the streams and watch the content even on your holiday, man. So it's very cool of you. I appreciate that, man. I just feel bad now, though, that I clearly read this after his phone died. And let me see. You got Chris Dennis, a member for 2 months. He says, hello, darkness, my old friend. And New Soul 9, again, with another generous super chat here. Really, hold on. New Soul 9, really quick. MRPD, you're saying stated play this week is the rumor. Did this rumor just come out? Yeah, I don't know. I just caught my attention. I'm just not sure if that's like, if you're just saying you're hoping there's a rumor or whatever. Because a lot of times when I'm doing these streams, if there's any like news that comes out, I mean, it's Sunday, I don't usually expect too much to come out. Check this out. Gaming leaks and rumors subreddit. You guys might be interested in this. Not about a state of play. You're saying just seen 2 tweets about a rumor of it being announced this week on Twitter. All right, I'll go check. I'll go check in 1 second. New Soul 9, hang tight for me. Check this out. This person says it's pretty strange and might be a mistake, but it seems Xbox BR, I guess like Brazil maybe, leaked Final Fantasy VII Remake in Xbox with a Father's Day advertisement. Oh, that tweet was deleted. Or that post. Says a happy Father's Day to all families. The middle picture is definitely Barrett and Marlene. I think, I don't know, man. It might be happening. I mean, we did it, the timing of it, right? The timing of it. It just, Microsoft just announced their newfound partnership with Square. So maybe FF7. I don't know, dude. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And really quick, let me go see if I can figure out what's going on with that rumor you're saying. Hold on 1 sec, guys. I'm scrolling through now. I'm not seeing anything. I don't know. Maybe if you can tell me. I gotta be careful. I keep smashing my. Here we go. This comes from Genki Japan. He says, when asked about Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy VII Remake coming to Xbox, Phil Spencer said he is working on it. Final Fantasy XIV has already been announced. So I can see more Square Enix games like Final Fantasy VII Remake being announced at Tokyo Game Show. All right, well, it seems like, guys, that's Final Fantasy VII Remake is going to end up making its way to Xbox. Jeez, took long enough. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm scrolling through. I'm not seeing anything at all. Yo, do you guys see this shit trending? I'm sorry. I know this is a little bit different, but do you see this shit trending on Twitter about like the new Snow White movie? And this, like, I don't know who this woman is. But I guess she's playing Snow White in this Disney remake or something, and she's like giving these interviews and just saying like the craziest shit. I don't know if I was like so tempted to play it, but I'm like, you know what? This is getting I'm not trying to make things political here, but holy shit, dude. Oh man. Like it was just like, what is this woman talking about? Does anybody here know what I'm referencing? Yeah, okay. Some of you guys know. If you know, you know. Dude's a stalker. Saying I will get canceled. You know, man, I don't know. I think I've been canceled already, like multiple times. Although not in that way. Just in a different way. But what difference does it make? Yeah, I don't know, dude. You're saying most actors are insane anyway. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't like care about Disney. You know that's what's weird about it is I see there's always so much drama surrounding Disney where there's always videos of and like flames and shit and their stock is crashing and and I'm like, okay, like I don't really care about Disney, you know? Like really. I mean, I watch some Marvel occasionally, but there's just nothing for me there. So it is what it is. New Soul 9. Sorry to keep you waiting, man. You're saying MBG, I think they might as well go cloud for the S because you need to consider it's not fair for an X owner like myself to have to wait because the S needs more time. I agree. New Soul 9, I 100% agree with you, man. It's a situation where I would be really annoyed. Like if I owned an Xbox Series S or X, I mean, not an S, an X, and I was looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, I want to mention, somebody told me on my last stream that you can play Baldur's Gate 3 right now on your Xbox through the web browser, through GeForce Now, which is like, Jesus, man. I get it. I don't know. I guess people like this. I'm not blaming the person, but like, it's clear like a bunch of Xbox people came to my channel like, yeah, see, you can play it on Xbox right now. It's like, bro, I don't think you understand like the conversation we're trying to have right now. I didn't know that though. That is kind of funny to me if that's true. But I agree. Like this new Soul 9, you're pointing at the bigger picture, like the actual real problem here, which is that as somebody who bought the Series X, if you were excited to play this game on your Xbox, you now have to wait for you, and you don't even know how long because of the other console that you weren't excited about. So I'm right there with you, man. It is something that I think Baldur's Gate 3 again. If Microsoft or if Larian can't sort it out and figure it out, I could see Microsoft stepping in and being like, all right, just release it on the X and we'll offer it through cloud on the S. So yeah, 100% New Soul. I appreciate that, dude. We have a perfect image saying, remember they're fixing their cloud for Q-Lite. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Sony is updating the cloud streaming technology for PlayStation, basically PS5 server blades, which is awesome. As of right now, dude, that's the only thing. Perfect image. As of right now, Sony has not said anything about how something like Q-Lite will interact with that. Right now, all we know is it's remote play. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's like a secret announcement they're going to have before the Q Lite launches, which would be interesting. Excuse me. Magnum Gaming. You're saying, if you can record in 4K 60 from the Project Q, I'll get one so I can game while on my work desk. I think the PS5 Wi-Fi 6 will benefit the latency as well. I think you meant to say stream 4K 60. Yeah, that I think it's been confirmed that the screen, it's an 8-inch, I think LCD screen. It's a 1080p screen. Now, here's the thing about that though. It's totally okay. Like, it doesn't actually need to be 4K because a screen that small, you're not really going to see. Like, you could see a very slight difference if it was a 4K screen, but really at around 8 inches, I mean, you're only going to, 1080p is fine, you know? Yeah, the smaller the screen, the less of a need there is for something like 4K. It would probably, like, if anything, it would be bad, I think, if the screen was 4K because it would just shoot the price up substantially for basically minimal to no, like negligible difference, essentially. Saying, is it $400? No. No, it's not going to be 400. No way, not a chance. Yeah, pixel per inch. But yeah, I mean, basically, if we're talking like 1080p, which I guess since it is streaming from your PS5, you know, I guess it'd be kind of like 4K upscaled in a way. But yeah, 1080p 60 FPS streaming is pretty good, I'd say. You're saying $400 is your prediction. Oh my God, dude. I would not buy that ever. Dude, that would be the most insane thing Sony could ever do. $400 for the Q Lite? Not a chance. They may as well just cancel it. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy, man. That'd be a crazy price. So Magnum Gaming, dude, thank you for the super chat. And then we have Richard Rodriguez saying Square Enix equals backstabbers trying to get bought by PlayStation. No, you know what, man? Like, I get it. I get that. I get why some people might view it that way, but my opinion on the matter with Square Enix is I'm totally cool, like, with a third-party publisher deciding, like, they just want to be totally third-party. I think the only thing Sony actually has to worry about, and this would be weird, I don't think Microsoft is going to do this. I was going to say, like, the only thing Sony might have to worry about is Microsoft trying to strike exclusivity deals with Square. And that, to me, is the concern here, because Microsoft has tried to, and their fan base, for that matter, has tried to play it off like Microsoft doesn't do timed exclusivity deals. And they have completely shit on Sony for doing timed exclusivity deals. High on Life just recently released on PlayStation. That was a timed Xbox exclusive. Stalker was rumored to be releasing on December 1st. That's a timed Xbox exclusive. And I think it's safe to say, at least I feel prepared. I am prepared for Microsoft to continue doing timed exclusivity deals. And I do not doubt, maybe I'm being overly paranoid, but I feel like I'm being realistic here. I would not be at all surprised if Microsoft is aggressively pursuing Square to try to get some exclusivity deals. I don't think they're going to buy them. They couldn't right now. Not anytime soon. Maybe not ever. I don't think they would ever buy Square. But I don't think that would stop Microsoft from trying to get exclusivity deals. And this is where Sony has to be careful, where we have to realize that a lot of the people that shit, not a lot, but a portion of the people that shit on Sony for doing timed exclusivity deals would also cheer on Microsoft for doing timed exclusivity deals. We need to understand that. So this notion that, oh, Microsoft only cares about owning things now. They do, But I would be quite surprised, and it would actually be pretty crazy, if going forward, Microsoft didn't do any more timed exclusivity deals. I don't think them owning Activision or them owning Bethesda is going to stop them from maybe trying to secure an exclusivity deal with Square. And make no mistake, there will be plenty of Xbox fans that if that day comes where Phil Spencer announces a new game from Square, whatever, maybe a future Final Fantasy game for all we know, right? I don't think that would happen, but that'd be crazy. Exclusive to Xbox. Yeah, you would see a lot of people. The hypocrisy would run rampant. And so I think Sony just has to play it smart, and they just have to be aware that, look, Square is third party, let them do what they want. Obviously, Square should do what they want. They should do what's best for their company. But Sony should just keep in mind that, like, do you guys remember the conversation? I know you do. It's not that old. I'm going to paint the picture for you, just to remind you. Man, Sony brought this on themselves. Sony did this to themselves because of all their timed exclusivity deals. Sony poked the bear, right? Sony did it to themselves. They did it to their fans. They just had to keep going. Come on. I know you guys remember this conversation. This is what a large portion of the internet was saying as justification for Microsoft to acquire Activision. And that's fine. I get it. Like, it's ammunition to use against Sony. Why wouldn't you use it? It's so disingenuous, though, because that's the thing, man, is like, people would speak in that way, like, oh man, Sony sucks for doing these timed exclusivity deals. But at the same time, like, they would be the same people saying it's okay to own things, though. And it's like, I get it. There is a difference between the two. I get that. But I just think it's weird that people have tried to convince themselves that, oh, well, Microsoft, they're buying publishers, so they're not going to partake in this trash behavior, in this anti-consumer timed exclusivity nonsense. Like, what makes you think that? Like, this is what I don't get. Like, why do people think that just because Microsoft is in the process of acquiring publishers that they're going to just no longer do timed exclusives? And so I guess I'm just bringing this up because I think Sony still has to be careful, man. I do. Like, I'm not saying I want to see Sony do more third-party exclusives, but here's what I am trying to say. If Sony were to stop doing third-party timed exclusives today, like if they made an announcement, which they never would, but hypothetical, if Sony came out today, released a PlayStation blog saying we will no longer be doing third-party exclusivity deals or timed exclusivity deals. The only games that will be exclusive to the PlayStation platform are from our own studios. Obviously, this would never happen, but I'm just saying, if they were to do that, are people foolish enough to think that Microsoft would just turn around and say, oh yeah, we won't either? I mean, maybe. I don't want to say it's an impossibility, but I don't think so. Like, I'm pretty sure Phil would be like, okay, we're still going to have our own deals. Like, so again, it just kind of feeds this conversation of a utopia, right? Like, you know what I wish? Here's my wish, right? Microsoft has Activision and Bethesda. Sony has all their studios. My wish going forward would be simply this. No more publishers get purchased. Only smaller studios. And no more timed exclusivity deals exist. Ever. That would be my wish, because to me, that would be like perfect. Okay? Like Microsoft has all their studios, whatever, you know, they got Activision, but that's it. They're set now. They got what they need for Game Pass. Sony has all their studios, and then they can both basically cherry pick these smaller studios that they can grow and leverage. And then every other publisher, like all the bigger publishers, all third-party publishers, just stay independent and release their shit everywhere. I think that would be, for at least for me, like when I try to envision like what would be the ideal scenario, it would be that. You're saying never going to happen, bro. I know it's never going to happen. But I guess I'm just saying, like, if I could have it my way, that's what I would do. Because that to me sounds like it could produce the best results potentially. And most importantly, leave people happy. Like that, like to me, that's the thing here, is that like I kind of do feel bad for Xbox players that get upset about certain games, third-party games being exclusive. Because at the end of the day, all it really is they just want to play what will conceivably be a good game. You know? And like I realize, like, you know, we're kind of the same in that sense. Like you're upset because you want to play this game. And I want to play it too. So like we are the same. So it's like I do understand like their frustration there. But at the same time, you know, I deal with a lot of people that celebrate the fact that, you know, Starfield isn't going to release on PlayStation, knowing that there are like probably thousands, tens of thousands of PlayStation players that would have loved to play that game. It's a weird thing, really. I'm going like way off the rails here. All I'm trying to say is that Sony needs to be mindful, and I'm sure they are, of how close Microsoft is trying to get with some of these Japanese publishers. You know, I'm not saying they should be scared or anything, because that's a bit extreme, but just like they got to be on the lookout. Like, hey man, Phil might be in the process of trying to strike an exclusivity deal, like a major one with Square. And if they do that, I mean, it's like, turns out, I don't know, if they do that, it sends a clear message that, yeah, we will buy publishers and we'll strike third-party exclusivity deals too. So, you know, just if anything, it would just show that things are continuing to escalate. And as much as I want to play that role of like, or get behind that role and that idea of let's just de-escalate, let's all just calm down, you know, let's all stop trying to murder each other here. Let's just produce great games and move forward, you know, and everybody enjoy their own thing. I don't know if it's going to be that simple. I hope it is, but we'll see, man. We'll see. But at the end of the day, Square's got to do what's best for their company, man. I think that, you know, I just think that it's clear they're going to continue their partnership with PlayStation, but that alone is not going to be enough. So, and Richard Rodriguez, you're saying third-party exclusives no worse than day one Game Pass deals. I mean, that's a tough one, man. I don't know if I fully agree with that, Richard, because the difference between the day one Game Pass deals is that the game is not being withheld, usually anyway. Like, if they're talking about third party, it's not being withheld from the PlayStation platform. It's just you don't get it in PlayStation Plus. And that is pretty much on Sony. You know, that's on Sony, like saying we don't want to pay for that, and we would prefer you buy the game. So I disagree with that, Richard, where it's like we do have to keep in mind that when Sony strikes, like for Silent Hill 2 remake, right? That's not releasing on Xbox. Like Sony paid to make sure that doesn't release on Xbox, but they're also paying to, you know, for the market so they can market it and everything. And you know, to be fair, Konami has to take that check. They have to agree to that. It's not like Sony's holding a gun to Konami's head and saying, "You don't release this shit on Xbox." You hear? It's not like that. So it takes two to tango in that case, but that is inherently more egregious, in my opinion. Like, I think it's obvious. That is inherently more egregious than if Sony said, we want to pay to put Silent Hill 2 Remake into PlayStation Plus day one, but it still releases on Xbox. Do you get what I'm saying? So you got to keep that in mind. And honestly, that's kind of what puts Sony in a tough position, because Sony has a business model they want to adhere to. And we've talked extensively why that is. Like, why does Sony want to continue to sell video games? We've talked all about that. And I get it. Like, we are at kind of a crossroads where people who like subscription services and people who really champion subscription services, it's gotten so bad to a point where they kind of, they have now almost like they're trying to make it seem like if you're somebody who's okay with buying video games, like almost like there's something, you know, like you're like you're supporting anti-consumer behavior. Like, no, you're not. Like, I don't know why people think that. That is something we need to eliminate. If you're saying so destroying sales is okay. No, it's not actually. I'm not in agreement with that. But that's where we also have to keep in mind, man, it is up to Microsoft to be smart enough, or not Microsoft, the publisher. A publisher has to agree to Microsoft's deal, to agree to their terms. So you'd have to be a pretty dumb publisher to take the money, the check that Microsoft writes you, and then, you know, to agree to that, put your game on the service, and then it's like, why are my sales so bad? Like, dude, that's the point. Like, you were compensated up front in exchange for potentially a massive loss in sales. So that's where it's like, you know, there's always that concern that if you see a game on Game Pass day one or PlayStation Plus day one, you have to always wonder, like, was this publisher concerned that this game wouldn't sell enough? And if they were, why would the reason for that be? Like, that game Lies of P, that's going day one into Game Pass, and that game looks pretty damn good. Like, to me, that looks like a really good Game Pass get. But I can kind of understand why the developer maybe took Microsoft's check, because I think they're a Korean team, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And this game is like basically a Soulsborne. You know, it's almost, it's like a complete, not a complete, but it's completely inspired, I would say, by Bloodborne. And, you know, maybe they're just not confident. Like, maybe we don't think this game is going to sell very well on the Xbox platform. And that's fair, because it's like there's kind of data there to maybe show that it sells really, really well on PlayStation, pretty good on PC, games like this, but on Xbox, maybe not as much. So, you know, if Microsoft likes their game and says, we'll offer you this large sum of money, you kind of, I mean, I don't think that's an indication that their game's going to be bad. I think it might just be more of an indication that they're not confident it's going to sell on this platform in particular. So it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's just an interesting conversation in general to have. I think that people just need to try to be mindful that these companies have to do what they have to do to survive. And then they're also going to do what they feel is best to thrive and to win, basically. And we're still kind of seeing that unfold. And I think what happened with Square Enix most recently is a prime example of a company where it's like, we got to expand. Like, we got to start talking to Microsoft and shaking their hand a little bit, because we have a great partnership with Sony, but our numbers still aren't where they need to be. And this, I mean, again, Sony would be unwise to purchase Square. I saw somebody saying that because Square is struggling, you know, like they just did their financial report and it's not looking too good. Somebody's saying this is the perfect time for Sony to buy them. I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. I think if anything, that's a sign Sony's like, we're good. Because again, like, that is Square Enix's problem. Like, you have to figure out how you're going to get these numbers up. And if Sony were to just make that abrupt decision where it's like, let's buy them because it's a good deal, well, you're also buying their problems and you have to solve those problems. And that's something we have to consider. So, oh, you know what? Really quick, I got to bring, did you guys see the new Call of Duty reveal? I don't think it was like fully revealed yet, but the announcement, oh man. It's bad, dude. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's going to, like, let's get one thing straight. The game's going to be fine. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is going to sell just fine. Probably going to be the best selling game of the year. That depresses me. It's so fucking bad, dude. Yeah, I saw you're saying Tom Henderson literally said the code is DLC. Yeah, so ironic, and this is so sad, man. PlayStation is going to get the beta, the beta demo first on PlayStation, which is so dumb. like I can't even believe this is still a thing, and this is the last year they're going to have it. But check this out. There's this article here from Insider Gaming. Modern Warfare 3 game code that has been found in the PlayStation database suggests that this year's title is nothing more than Modern Warfare 2 DLC. In a collaboration with PlayStation Size on Twitter, Insider Gaming has been given a deep dive into the code of this year's Call of Duty title. Call of Duty has always faced criticism for being the same product every year, and whilst there's no denying it's a winning formula, this year's title is slightly different from the rest. What's particularly interesting this year is that Modern Warfare 3 content will be coming via add-ons for Modern Warfare 2. In addition, it appears the beta codes for Modern Warfare 3 use the same concept ID as Modern Warfare 2, meaning they are basically last year's game codes, just reissued. The code also seems to suggest that Modern Warfare 2 will change to a Call of Duty hub, which will display MW2, MW3, and Warzone in one menu. Of course, if you've been following news on this year's installment, then the news might not be all that surprising. It's already been officially confirmed that this year's title will, quote, carry forward, end quote, the likes of weapons, camos, and progression from last year's game. The rumor is that Modern Warfare 3 will cost $70. Holy shit, dude. Like, I knew it was going to be bad. I can't believe they're actually going through with this shit. And what makes me so depressed is knowing that it doesn't matter. That's what makes me so fucking sad about this, is that, like, this is DLC. Like, this is, like, there's always been the joke with Call of Duty that it's like, it's just DLC, but like literally this year, it's actually $70. Assuming it's $70, DLC. You're saying same as Spider-Man Miles Morales, but here's the thing about that, right? Not only was there a little bit more space between it, but Miles Morales was sold as basically an expansion. You know, like Miles Morales, it was clear, like, this is not a full-blown sequel. It's not priced as a full-blown sequel. You know what could work for this Call of Duty? And I don't think they'll do it. I feel like Activision's too greedy, but sell it at $40, man. There you go. Like, I think if they do that, it's like all is forgiven. It's just a massive premium DLC, like an expansion. And I think that's fair. But I think what's just shocking about this is they're I don't know, man. The marketing hasn't really ramped up yet, but it seems like they're getting ready to basically treat this game like this is a brand new game. It's like, what do you mean? I think Miles Morales was 50. I think it was 40 on PlayStation 4 and 50 on PS5. And for what it offered, I think it was totally fine, you know? They know Makarov being the main villain is going to bring in the big bucks. No, honestly, it's just the fact that it's Modern Warfare, dude. I don't know. It's just, I just think that this is sad that, like, Modern Warfare 3, I think, would have been fine, but 1 year after MW2, And the fact that they're like everything carries over, like what does that sound like to you? Like that sound, I don't know. I don't know why I'm even having this conversation, guys. I got to stop acting like I'm fucking surprised by this shit. There's nothing surprising about any of this. It is what it is, man. And I'm not trying to hate either, just to be clear. Like I'm just, I don't know. I guess I'll just say this. If Call of Duty doesn't fail this year, it never will. Okay? Yeah, exactly. B Flesher, you're saying MBG Destiny expansions are $100 every year. Yeah, I know, dude. And that's where it's like, you know what, man? Like, I don't know why I allow emotion to be part of this conversation, you know? Because it's like, no matter how I feel about it, again, what are the numbers telling you? You know what the numbers, dude, I see people constantly lately. Destiny 2 is dying. The Destiny 2 community is angry. Everybody hates Bungie. And it's like, let me go see how many people are playing Destiny 2. Oh, it's, yeah, everything's great. Like they're like making more money than ever before. They're doing fucking fine. You know? Yeah, it's doing amazing. And this is just where it's like, I think it just becomes clear that, you know, the saying majority rules. It's true every time. Majority rules. Like even right now, I get it. Like there are people, and this is where I try to see the other side of the coin. I don't think it's fair, personally, to compare Spider-Man 2 or God of War Ragnarok to Call of Duty. But people have pointed out, they're like, you know, the games are still like very much the same in a lot of ways. You know? I don't think Sony's milking them. I think people try to, I mean, maybe to some people they are, but I don't think they are. But I try to again see the other side of it, where it's like, well, I guess it just comes down to, at some point we have to accept that, I have to accept that if there are millions and millions of people that love this thing enough to keep spending money on it, then what do you expect? And at some point, it just has to become clear you don't like it. You're not the only one, but you don't like it. But millions upon millions of people do, and they put their money there. You don't have to understand it, but that's just the reality. And so I try to, you know, I guess I just have to kind of I have to take a couple steps back and just take it at face value, where it's like, I guess I'm just saying, like, this is a little bit strange to me. I've been following Call of Duty for many years. You know, I mean, we all kind of pay attention to it to some extent, because it's like, there's the yearly Call of Duty release. I've never seen them try to pull something like this off before. And I feel like this is a moment where it's like, if the Call of Duty community just says, okay, you know what I mean? Like if they just say, okay, this is fine, then you're sending a clear message to Activision. And I guess at that point, like maybe Microsoft, when they this goes through, that you can do like this. Like you could sell what are basically yearly expansions. And like, I guess Bungie, to an extent, I don't want to get too in the weeds with this, because I don't want to compare what Bungie puts in their content to Call of Duty. I'm not sure. But nonetheless, the message will be sent that you can do this and charge $70 for it if people are okay with it, and if it sells well. To whereas prior to that, it wasn't, or seemingly wasn't. So it's like the old saying goes: if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. You gotta be you gotta really think about, are you okay with that or not? SDO, member for 2 months, saying, love the channel, bro. Will you be playing Baldur's Gate 3 on PS5? Right now, I don't really have a plan to play Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I've been looking into the game a little bit more, because I'm just like shocked at how well it's doing. And I just don't think it's my type of game. Like, I can see, like, when I'm watching the game, I'm like, yeah, you can tell, like, this is a high quality game, man. Like, this is a high caliber game. I can see, like, why people are giving it so much praise. But similar to Starfield, it's just not my cup of tea, man. There's just nothing about it that's making me feel like I want to jump into it, you know, personally. So I think I'll probably be passing on it, but I'm curious to see like how PS5 players end up taking to it, you know. Stephen Jones, member for 3 months, saying majority of gamers don't care about money apparently. Otherwise, this crap wouldn't be happening. Hell, look at how mad the industry is at Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, dude. Oh my God, that is the craziest shit. I don't know why. I just had like that realization reading what you just said. There seems to be more blowback. Like Baldur's Gate 3 is like, in a way, almost having, like, it has like more controversy around it than what Activision is doing with this year's Call of Duty. And that's like, what? It is what it is, man. It is what it is. We are going to move on to another topic, though. But before I do, I want to ask you guys, we still have over 450 people here hanging out with me. Thank you guys so much, dude. I don't know if I said guys and then dude, but thank you guys. Please hit that like button for me. I think we could easily crush 350 likes. I want to talk now about Naughty Dog. I don't know if you guys have seen, but apparently Neil Druckmann has officially confirmed he is writing and directing the next Naughty Dog game, the new single-player game that was announced. We don't know what this game is. What do we think it is? Is it a new IP? Is it The Last of Us Part 3? But this has created more controversy than, you know, than I think we would like it to, just because it's like, you know, But yeah, there are a lot of people who don't like Neil Druckmann for different reasons, and you know, as somebody who didn't quite like The Last of Us Part 2 and the direction the story went in, I haven't really thought about this too much till just now. How do I feel about it? You know, I feel like I lean towards, I'll give it a chance. You know? Like I feel like I just lean towards, even though I'm not fully on board with Neil Druckmann's vision, I think, for the Last of Us series, like and where he went with the second game, I'm willing to see and give whatever this next game is a chance. You know, like if it's The Last of Us Part 3, as far as I'm concerned, man, like I know this is going to sound bad, and I know people are not going to like that I say this, but I got to be honest with you guys. It couldn't get any worse than The Last of Us Part 2 for me, personally. I struggled with that game, man. You guys know this. I'm not here to shit on it, not at all. I'm just saying, for me, The Last of Us Part 3 sounds enticing only because it's like, well, I feel like I've bottomed out. It can only go up from here. Maybe that's not the best reason to give something a chance, but it is just true. However, if they do a new IP, I'll be very fascinated and interested in this. My question, look, I know that this may come off a certain way to some people. Please try not to take offense to it. It's a genuine question. You know what? No, I'm going to stop myself there. You know, they say think before you speak. I'm just not even going to go there. I guess all I will say is if they do a new IP, I'm going to be very interested to see, number one, what the setting is. Number two, the genre. I'm assuming it'll be action adventure, but like, is it going to be, I don't know, like post-apocalyptic? You know, is it going to be like survival based? Is it going to be, you know what I mean? Like, and then number three, the characters. You know, what are they doing with the characters? That's what I'm going to be looking for if they do a new IP. I mean, if they do The Last of Us Part 3, the number one thing I'm going to be looking for is, where is this story going? Where is it telling me it's going? You're saying it's going to be a fantasy. There's concept art of it in The Last of Us 3. You know what else? Something else I want to mention is apparently multiple game devs from Naughty Dog have updated their bios to pretty much confirm that they've moved on to this next game. And we did get that confirmation from Jason Schreier that the bulk of the development team working on The Last of Us multiplayer, moved on. I really, 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 really want an update on this Last of Us multiplayer game. Like, I think the game is done, man. I do. I think the game is done. MBG, I have one question. Are you excited about the next Naughty Dog game? No. No, I'm not. You know why? I'm more fearful than excited. And the biggest aspect of that fear is the thick layer of bullshit that is now going to accompany any Naughty Dog game, especially any Naughty Dog game that Neil Druckmann is directly a part of. I'm not looking forward to that. If you're asking me, am I excited about how the game may look? Yeah. The potential, yeah. But inherently, my gut reaction is no, because I'm sure it's going to be a shitstorm. I'm fucking positive that this is why I want The Last of Us multiplayer. Because The Last of Us multiplayer, they would have to fuck it up pretty bad. There can't be a shitstorm, right? It's just a fucking multiplayer game. It's just a multiplayer game with The Last of Us universe and The Last of Us gameplay. Sounds great. I am not excited about the next Naughty Dog game announcement because there will be a massive layer of bullshit that accompanies it. And I'm not looking forward to that, man, because that's just not exciting to me. But if it looks good to me, then that's all that'll matter, That's all I will focus on personally. But Lore Cannon, member for 3 months, you're saying, MBG breaking, there's a leak saying that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 will be $40. Now, see, that would be great. I dropped my water bottle cap and can't seem to find it. Guess I'll have to chug it. That would be great, though. Like, that, to me, would be totally fair. If you're going to sell what is basically a premium expansion, you should price it that way. No premium expansions should be $70, I think. Yeah, but this is... This is something that I don't know, man. You still remember the T-Chug? Yeah. I don't mean to come off as such a downer for Naughty Dog because truthfully, like, I am genuinely interested in the future of the studio and where they're headed and what they're doing, but I just know, man, like I can just feel it in my bones. Like, the next Naughty Dog game announcement is not going to go off without a hitch. It won't. They're like, it could be even, let me put it to you this way. Even if it's a brand new IP, if there's a female protagonist, there's going to be drama. It has gotten to that point with this studio where, I think that's totally fine. I'm just saying that is where we are. So unless it's, the polar opposite of what Naughty Dog has basically been doing for the past 5 or 6 years or 7 years, then there's going to be a lot of bullshit involved with it. You're saying it's just internet rage, it won't matter. I mean, you're right to a degree, but I guess it makes it more difficult for me and others. It makes it difficult for people who are talking on the internet. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. And I'm not looking forward to that. Like, I don't know. You're saying it'll be full of wokeness, no fan service. I mean, MBG, having a female protagonist was not the problem with The Last of Us 2. You know? Oh, I know. No, I know that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, you know how this goes, right? Like, the only way Naughty Dog avoids the bullshit is by creating imagine this, right? Imagine The Last of Us Part 3 is a prequel where it's Joel and his brother surviving, and that's the game. You see, now that would be the perfect game where there would be no bullshit. That would, in the eyes of a lot of people, that would actually be like redemption for Naughty Dog. Like, holy shit, this is exactly what all the people who are upset would have wanted, right? Myself included. That would be amazing. But that's not going to happen. You know? It is like, look, here's the reality. And I'm not here to give an opinion on it, but it is the reality. Naughty Dog is a progressive studio. Okay? They are a liberal progressive studio that they do have an agenda. I'm not saying that agenda is good or bad. Please do not keep in mind, I'm not taking a stance. I'm just saying that is what they are. They've made that clear. Like, they've straight up said that and made it clear. Like, that's what they want to do. It is clear that going forward, they will be progressive with their games. And for people who don't like that, it's labeled now. Like, I'm saying, Naughty Dog as a studio is labeled, and they've embraced that label, and they have no intention of trying to, they're not trying to get back to the middle here. They picked a side, and they made it clear. And that is why I kind of just, when I say I'm not excited for what they do next, that's why. That's the bullshit I'm talking about. Like, it will become political, and I want nothing to fucking do with it because I really don't care. Like, I really don't, You're saying it sounds like I'm making all this up. No, dude, I'm not. I'm not at all. Like, even The Last of Us HBO, dude. Do you know how much, like, something that just should have been like, there's no problems here. Go watch episode 3. I liked it. I thought it was fine. Well, it just caused a whole fucking stir, dude. A whole stir. And it's just like, this gets me not excited because it's like, I don't know, man. I'm just tired of all the bullshit. That's kind of why I enjoyed God of War Ragnarok so much, man. Like, God of War Ragnarok was just like, hey, you guys loved God of War 2018, right? Okay, well, we're gonna put out a sequel, and we're just gonna try to make it better and deliver, a story that hopefully satisfies everybody. And they did. And there was no bullshit. And I'm like, thanks, that's cool, It is what it is, man. It is what it is. You're saying, so you want them to avoid all sexuality in their games? No. Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I guess what I'm trying to say is, knowing Naughty Dog, I don't expect them to do that. But I fully anticipate that their next game, there will be that. Like, they're going to, go in those directions. I just hope that it's not the focus. Like, you know what I mean? Because I don't see why it would have to be. Unless it makes sense, of course. Like, if the game is, if the game is about relationships, you know, intimate relationships with that, then sure, you know, that's fine. I just mean like if this is a game, if this is supposed to be like an action adventure game, I just hope that if they show this action adventure game, the conversation is focused on, man, this looks like a cool action adventure game, and not like why like, you know, why is everybody talking about politics? You know, that's all I'm saying. To me that just, it makes it just so, God, like it doesn't necessarily take anything away from what the game or the product is, but it makes the conversation around it just not interesting. You know what I mean? Like, for example, when somebody says, I hate The Last of Us 2 because they killed Joel, and like that's it, like, so it's the worst game ever, or, you know, the way they killed Joel, right? Like, to me, it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, that can lead to an interesting conversation. Like, yeah, it was interesting. I didn't like that very much either, but let's dissect maybe why that is. To whereas you get somebody who says Joel is a toxic male, whatever. I don't know what the fucking terms are that people use, and he deserved to die, and Abby is a queen. It's like, the fuck? But it's just as bad when somebody's like, yo, The Last of Us Part 2 is woke. It's like, okay, neither of those things lead to even remotely interesting conversations about this game. And that's what sucks, dude, is that, like, I know for a fact, you're saying who the fuck said that. Go look around, bro. Come on. You can't even play. Don't play. Like, that shit isn't, that is 100% the most vocal people talking about these games, dude. Those are the people you hear first. And it's even, dude, when I was trying to talk about the fucking game when it came out, like, I was trying to give my honest thoughts on, like, why I thought that, like, the way they handled Joel and Ellie's character, I didn't appreciate it. I didn't enjoy it. It didn't resonate. Like, almost none of what I was trying to say got across because there was just too much arguments about, like, is it woke? Is it not woke? It's all about the politics. And I'm like, you know, like, I'm just trying to talk about the story of this game and the aspects that I thought weren't good and needed to be handled differently, you know? And honestly, like, politics didn't have anything to do with it. At least it didn't feel like it to me. And that's what bothers me, is it's just like, I'm not blaming Naughty Dog. I'm not blaming the people who are perceiving it this way. I don't even know who to blame at this point. All I know is it's fucking annoying. And it's like, I just know for a fact that no matter what Naughty Dog does next, there's going to be, you know, there's going to be arguments that go in directions where it's like, okay, you know, like, I'm not here for this. And it's not interesting to me. Anyway, I apologize. I'm really behind on super chats here. Rashdom V2, you're saying, thank you for the 10, man. You're saying, while I heavily dislike Naughty Dog and their games, I'm super interested in their multiplayer if they structure it like GTA Online, but way less egregious and not story/cutscene heavy. It's a day one buy for me on PC. Yeah, and I think that's exactly what it's going to be. Apparently it will have a story, but I imagine it won't be as cutscene heavy like you're saying, because it is ultimately a multiplayer game. But I agree, like, it just this idea of you can live and persist in the world of The Last of Us. The world of The Last of Us is one of the most interesting universes created, in my opinion, in gaming in general. And I just love this idea of, like, you can create a character, persist in that world, and learn more about it, you know, and experience that awesome. I think The Last of Us gameplay is incredible. So I'm right there with you, Rashdom. I just really want to see and hear more of this game, about this game. Frankly, we haven't seen anything, you know, we have no idea what state it's in. So this is what I'm hoping for, man. And you're saying you're going to get it on PC. I'll get mine on PS5, but yeah, I'm assuming surely it's going to be a day one PC release. And we have Laughing Man 923. Laughing Man 923 comes in and drops another 5 memberships. Laughing Man, awesome to see, man. So that's 15 memberships gifted today in total. You dropped a 10 bomb earlier, which I think was your first time ever gifting memberships, and now he comes in with another 5.
No matter what,
I'll give you a Joel.
Finding something to fight
you know, I'll give you a Joel for that. Thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you.
I appreciate you keeping
Appreciate
this
it.
going. Let me see where that brings us. That brings us to 64 members on the day. Absolutely love to see it. Thank you guys so much. That's a huge milestone. Again, we started with a goal of 50. You guys crushed it. You get us all the way up to 64. So shout out to this community, always being supportive. And yeah, Laughing Man, hope you stick around, dude. You're saying this community is very well giving, and I love that we all have different opinions. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's kind of the whole thing too, you know? I feel like this is like a touchy subject as well, you know, because again, it bleeds into political territory, and I'm just of the mindset with this type of stuff, man, that there are a lot of people with extreme opinions on both sides of the spectrum, and I think that anybody who's making decisions based off of an extreme stance is likely to, you know, do something not great, or something that might, you know, cause some problems. And so, you know, you're saying, do I have a word block list in Super Chats, or is it YouTube? I only have, well, I don't know. YouTube did say recently that they are like changing some things, and I don't know if they're making things more strict. The only words I have blocked are like really, really bad words that no one should ever be saying. Which I will not say, of course, but no, I don't have like, if you're just using like regular words or any, you know, so if it's giving you a problem, it might be on YouTube's end, man. But let me see here. We got Bossman Davey 1980. Appreciate the super chat, man. You're saying, honestly, as long as it isn't another Uncharted, if it's heavy on the woke sauce, then I'm out. I've never heard that one before, bro. I heard the word woke used in many different ways, but woke sauce, I kind of like that a little bit more, because it's got like a bit of a, I don't know, it's more palatable. Oh, look at that. Woke sauce. Yeah, I need a little bit more woke sauce on this, please. That's funny, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody blames Neil Druckmann, and I don't know, man. Like, I can't quite figure Neil Druckmann out. I don't know what his true intent is with this type of stuff. I will tell you this. At the end of the day, I believe in Naughty Dog should do what they think is best. You know, like, it's their studio. They created these games. I'm totally okay with if the next game that Naughty Dog shows, I'm just like, you know what? This isn't speaking to me. I'm not interested in this. This doesn't look good to me. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not going to hate on it needlessly. Like, that's my whole thing, man. Like, I wish people, and I will admit, I was kind of part of this with The Last of Us Part 2. And it took me a long time to just kind of accept that, like, this is what they did, man. They're not going to change it. It's over, you know? Like, it took me too long to just walk away and be like, you know what? I just didn't like it, and that's it. I did the wrong thing, I think. I played into it where I was like, I'm not going to buy this game. But then I was like, I'm going to buy it anyway so I can tell people what I think of it. It's like, dude, no, you learned about it through the leaks. You've determined you don't like it. Don't fucking buy it. Don't watch it. Don't play it. You don't. And I think that that's the biggest problem with our culture today, is that when people find things that they don't like, they give it all the oxygen in the world. They give it the biggest platform in the world. And I get that they're doing it in bad faith, and they're doing it because they think they're bringing it down, but it's like, you're giving it more exposure. You're letting it live more. You're bringing more attention to it. Like, if there's something that you do not like, and it is not your thing, and you just want nothing to do. I won't say want nothing to do with it, but you clearly hate it. First off, drop the hate, man. Like, I will never say that I hate The Last of Us 2 because that would imply that I'm holding on to something. Like, I've let it go. It is what it is. That goes for pretty much everything. It's not good to hate. Hold that shit in. It's not good. Let the shit go and just walk away and walk towards something that you do like. Walk towards something that makes you feel good. And that's all. So I'm totally cool. I'm totally cool if the next Naughty Dog game, when we see like the first trailer that actually gives us an idea of like, you know, what this game is, if I determine it's like, you know what, I'll talk about it a little bit on my channel because I'm sure people are going to want to know, like, MBG, what do you think of the new Naughty Dog game? If I don't like it, that's it. Like, I'm walking away and I'll pass. I'm good. You know, I'll walk towards something that I am interested in. And I just wish more people would do that, man. But I get it. Like, I'm on the internet here too, and I want people to watch my content. It's tough out here. You know, you got to fight for the attention. And I don't know. I'm kind of at a point where it's like, I don't know that I want to fight for attention. I just want people to, you know, Exley says you're allowed to criticize a middle finger to your face. That's true. That's true. Yeah, the one thing I don't regret about the Last of Us 2 situation is there was this one video I put out. It was like a 20-minute video, and this was like a raw, like emotionally driven, like I wasn't screaming or anything, but it was just like I was genuinely upset. Like, really, I can't believe the way this game, like it just wasn't what I thought, and I did like a really thorough explaining of like why I did not agree with the decisions that Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog made to take this story and the characters in the direction they did. I won't lie to you, and this is just the truth, man. Like, that video fucking blew up. Like, it was, I think it's still my most viewed video today. Like, it blew, and I did not expect that. I was like, holy shit. And it definitely drove me to talk about it more, you know? And that's just the reality of it. You know, I saw like, oh, people want to hear me talk about this, so I'll talk about it. And I had this extra encouragement, and I wasn't hating on it. Like, you know, that video, you know, that video was not me hating. And I think people picked up on that. At least it didn't seem like it was to me. It was just me being genuine and honest and giving my thoughts. It was basically, you know, just a raw reaction video, and people really took to it. And I did notice that, man, people really are watching this. So I should talk about this more, you know, like I enjoyed the viewership. I'm not going to lie. I'm human. You know, it's like, it was helping my channel. But as time went on, I realized like, I just got to stop talking about it. Cause it's like, this is becoming, you know, like, dude, you made it clear you didn't like the game, you know, and yet here we are talking about it again. No, but it's in reference. It's actually relevant. You know, Neil Druckmann's directing the next game. And so, yeah, you're saying my MVG, your biceps are growing political, bro. You got a left and a right. Damn. Roshdom, you're saying that's actually how you found my channel. That's crazy. You know what's so crazy to think about that is that was 3 years ago. Like, holy shit, that was over 3 years ago. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. Yeah, so let me get through the rest of these super chats. I'm keeping you guys waiting. But before I do, Exley 3000. Exley 3000 doesn't take a middle finger to the face lightly. Drops 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, Exley. Thank you so much for continuing the membership train. You guys are awesome. Who's knocking on my door there? Hold on. But yeah, Exley, let me add this. Where are we at? I think we're at 16. Wow. We're at 69 memberships. 69. We did it. We did it. We got to the 69. And you know what's so funny is like yesterday marked 69 days to the launch of Spider-Man 2. But there we go, man. We're at 69 memberships on the day. You guys are incredible. Thank you for all the support, really, between the super chats and the memberships. I really can't thank you guys enough. I love being able to do these streams. I love being able to just hang out with you guys, talk extensively about gaming. Really, the support really does mean everything. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Jeez, I'm just drinking water here. Got another super chat from Magnum Gaming, and he says, what about Final Fantasy 16 Bahamut scene? LOL. Yeah, so I don't want to spoil anything, but I know what you're talking about. You know, to me, that was a little weird, only because, like, they decided to go literally nowhere with it. You know what I mean? Like, Dion was a cool character, and, like, I was like, oh, okay. I wasn't too surprised, though, honestly, because I was like, you know, he had, I don't know, I was just like, okay, yeah, that kind of, it adds up, makes sense, right? But what was weird to me about it is they were just like, we're just going to plop this here, and then we're kind of not going to do anything with it. Although they did, so actually, not if I'm remembering correctly, I won't spoil anything, they did kind of close the loop a bit with Dion. But it was like, by the time they did, I like almost forgot. I was like, oh, wait, yeah, that's a thing. You know what I mean? And it was kind of fine in a way where maybe, I don't know, I just was a little bit confused with Dion's character only because, like, at certain points in the game, they made it seem like he's really important and like almost like a main character. And then at other times, he just kind of faded into the back. And it would just kind of take this back and forth, you know. But by the end, I got the sense, without spoiling, I'll just say by the end, I got the sense that, yeah, he's a pretty important character. And I like what they did. I liked it. But yeah, I know what you're saying. All right, sorry. I'm going to stop. Hopefully I didn't, apologies if I, you know, upset anybody, but there's no spoilers. I didn't say anything. You don't know. MRPD, I'll stop. Final Fantasy 16 is a good game. And that's the last I will say. Play Final Fantasy 16. All right, let me see. We got Xeno Zodos. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Remember, for 3 months, he says Last of Us 2 Remaster full price early access for Factions 2. My prediction. Oh my God, that would get me so bad. If they do a Last of Us Part 2 remake or director's cut, which I think they are, I'm probably not going to buy it. But if they add something like that, where it's like, if you buy it, you get early access to Factions or the beta or something, I'd be like, well, that's a day one buy for me. You got me. But that's, yeah, they could do something like that. I think that would be a mistake, though. I don't know, man. That would be a mistake. Josh Z, thank you for the 5, man. You're saying here, the way people turned on Naughty Dog is the most extreme overreaction to anything I've ever seen in the history of media. Oh my God. You know, I won't lie to you, looking back on it, it was even me, somebody who was genuinely upset at the game, even I was like, oh my God, I couldn't believe how much attention it was getting. That was the thing that shocked me. And if there's one thing that I will give Naughty Dog a lot of credit for, is goddamn, they know how to stir the pot in a way where it's like I was seeing people with large platforms, man. I mean, big platforms talking, maybe not in the most positive way, but talking about the game nonetheless. And I'm like, I can't believe like it actually went out this far where it's like, Jesus, man, like this is, I agree. I am in agreement that it feels like it got taken to like the next level where, and honestly, like that is the thing that makes me nervous about their next game, and that I don't want that to happen again, you know, because what really did bother me about the coverage of The Last of Us Part 2 is, and this did upset me, is that Joel is one of my favorite characters ever. I like Ellie a lot. You know, I really do like Ellie, and Joel's character wouldn't be who he is without Ellie. But, you know, after like The Last of Us 1 is one of my, I think that might be my favorite game of all time, like truthfully. And that to me, that's the craziest thing about it, is knowing that I simply do not like The Last of Us Part 2, but The Last of Us 1, I think is my favorite game of all time. Like, I don't think I've ever played a game that every single, and I'm not just talking about the story, but every single element is like, I love this game. Like, I love this world. I just love everything about this, and it feels perfect. I mean, to me, The Last of Us is the perfect game. So it is, the thing that really bothered me is, you're saying, yeah, that's what's always tough, is when I say that The Last of Us is my favorite game, Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4 roll around and they're like, yo. So it's that's why I don't like to list games like that, because there's always something fighting for that spot. But the thing that really bothered me is, as somebody who liked Joel's character and is like one of my favorite characters of all time, and you know, I was really excited to like see him return in the second game. I didn't like the fact that, because it became such a political conversation and there were so many, I want to remind people how many people who don't fucking play video games, like people who are not involved in the video game space, started talking about this game because, again, they drag it into spaces it doesn't belong. Or I want to say it doesn't belong, but it's like, I get why you're attaching yourself to this now, but it's like, dude, it's just, it drew a whole new crowd that I really wish on both sides of the spectrum, where it's like, God damn it, dude. Like, this isn't what this conversation should be about. Because, you know, like, to me, I'm just over here basically being like, man, I need justice for my man Joel here. Like, that's how I felt about this game. Like, I have my opinions on Abby and the twists of the story and the, you know, the character switching and all that. And I like that shit to me is like, okay, I get it. Like, it's different, it's unexpected, it's subverting expectations. But for me, it really was like, I had a struggle accepting that I spent the entirety of the first game, which I consider one of my like favorite experiences of all time, playing as Joel with Ellie by my side. And then the second game is the complete and utter destruction of Joel, and then it tells a story about how Joel essentially ruined his relationship with Ellie, and it just felt so fucking shitty to me that it was just like, you know, the one line that I still remember from the game too, that yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's, I don't know, but the one line that Joel said in that I thought was cool, and I was like, you know what, I do appreciate that. I'm glad Naughty Dog stuck with that, because it at least felt like, you know what, even though Joel as a character, like, the story of The Last of Us 2 was not even remotely fucking close to what I wanted, but what they did do, and I will give Naughty Dog credit for this, and this is where I disagree with some people a little bit, where people have said, and I remember, because I was there for the conversations, they're like, they ruined Joel's character. I don't think so. I think that they physically ruined him. Yes, like they dropped a club on him. You know, like, they really fucking did Joel in, man, in a fucking brutal way. But I don't think they ruined his character, because the more I would think about it, I'm like, one of the lines he said at the end of the game, when, and it's spoiler territory, of course, but, you know, I'm sure everybody here has played it by now. When Ellie was having a conversation with him at the very end, and it was about the fact that he lied to her, you know, and the fact that he took her choice away, right? And I don't know what Naughty Dog's intent was. Like, I would love to ask Neil Druckmann this question, because I would be so curious to what he would say. Maybe I wouldn't want to know. Maybe it's better I don't know. But she says, you know, she was talking to him about, you know, you ruined it. You ruined my life, basically. You took my choice away. My life would have mattered. And he says, you know, if the Lord gave me a second chance, I would do it all over again. Like, I would do it the same way. And that really resonated with me, because, like, to me, that is Joel's character. Like, that is why I like his character so much, because he is just, like, I feel like I can relate to him in that way, where it's like, I know that in some sense what he did was violently wrong, like, like basically taking every motherfucker out and being like, fuck everybody, like, I'm out, like, I'm making the decision in this bitch, for everybody. And I kind of, but it's like, I get, it's like, it's selfish and whatnot, but at the same time, it's like, dude, that is the human, like, that, what Joel did in that moment to me is one of the most, like, it conveyed the human experience like better than a lot of other things ever have, where it's like, this is crazy, this is selfish, this is all of these things, but yet it still feels so right and necessary. And I just appreciate at the very least that at the very end, and I thought it was cool too, the more I think about The Last of Us Part 2, the more I realize I don't know that I hate what they did between Ellie and Joel, to make that clear. Like, I feel like the dynamic between Ellie and Joel wasn't the worst thing they could have done, and it kind of makes sense where it's like, yeah, I guess if you're going to do a sequel and we're being real about human relationships, yeah, things get murky, things get rough, of course. I just think that for me, it really always came down to Abby and the like, just the fact that I don't know, like, sometimes the game felt at odds with itself, if that makes sense, where it was like, I always got this sense that Ellie, there was always going to be this deep kind of prolific, I can't say this word, a deep expansion, I guess you could say, of, okay, what are Joel's actions and his lie going to do to his relationship with Ellie? And I always expected that's going to go way deeper and it's going to cause problems. But at the same time, when you're playing as Ellie in the game and the motivation for Ellie is to avenge Joel, like, to me, these two things were just completely at odds. We're like, on one hand, they're basically showing how Ellie, kind of began to hate Joel to a degree and distance herself from him because of what he did. And on the other hand, she wants to go on the most savage, brutal, relentless revenge kick, and I don't know, I guess sometimes because I think so deeply about the Last of Us universe and the characters, I just sometimes think to myself, like, maybe there would have been a better motivation here, like, I don't know. It's all complicated, but it is what it is, man. I do genuinely wonder if Naughty Dog plans to explore Joel and Ellie any further, because to me, these characters are too fucking good. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, I'm not trying to, I'm sorry if I offend you, but I'm just being honest here. Like, Abby does not hold a candle to either Joel or Ellie as a character. Not even, like, I'm not saying there's anything inherently wrong with her, and maybe that's the problem, is she's just uninteresting. And I think maybe she just is supposed to serve as a vessel to tell certain points of a story. But I just wish that I don't know, man. One of the reasons why I'm so looking forward to The Last of Us Season 2 is because they have made it clear that they are going to expand things and possibly show, like, some of the stuff that happened in between, right? From where we start off in The Last of Us Part 2. And that, to me, is incredibly interesting because that's what I'm interested in. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see more Joel and Ellie, and I think at the crux, at the heart of it, at the heart of why I dislike The Last of Us Part 2, and I get it. People are going to say it's still a masterpiece. I'm not arguing against that. I'm just saying I wanted to see more Joel and Ellie together, like in making it in the world. And I feel like that's why when I think back to my time playing The Last of Us Part 2, I'm not even kidding. Like when I was playing as Abby, I was like, God damn it. Like, please just get through this part. I want to be over with this. Like, I'm not enjoying this at all. And that's just how it is for me, man. So as you can tell, I'm very passionate about The Last of Us because I know a lot of people think, well, I don't know if a lot of people think this, but there are people who, you know, they believe like The Last of Us is overrated. And I think that's just what bothers me about all of this is I feel like what started with something so genuine and so, I don't want to say universally good because it wasn't about it being universally good. It's just everybody could acknowledge that, God damn, this did something different and special. That being The Last of Us. What started out as that with the perfect ending, the perfect story, the perfect ending, and then to just kind of see how now everything is so messy with Naughty Dog as a studio, you know, how people view like the people's reactions to Neil Druckmann as like if he is making The Last of Us 3, they're just immediate negative reactions, and again the whole political stuff. It's just I think that's ultimately what I'm trying to get across here is just that I still at the end of the day feel, you know what, there should not have been a sequel to The Last of Us. Like it was too perfect. We all should have known. We all should have known that if you go any further with this, it's over. Like it doesn't get better than this. It just doesn't. And the further removed we get from that game, I've played that game numerous times at this point. I bought part 1 and replayed it, platinumed it, watched the series. It kills me knowing that there's a season 2 of the HBO series. It kills me because it's like, it doesn't fucking need it. It doesn't. Like that ending is exactly what it needed to be. And it perfectly conveys the imperfection of humans in a world that is broken. And that's it. But the story, you know, it says everything it needs to say. So I got to stop because I will sit here. I will talk for fucking 3 hours about The Last of Us. And I still have a couple super chats that I'm leaving in the dust here. So I apologize. But to be fair, and I do need to just add this to clear everything up, to get back to the main topic, which is the fact that Neil Druckmann's writing and directing. If they make The Last of Us 3, I'm at a point with this series where I have to see it through. I mean, unless like the game stars Abby or something, then I'll be like, you know what, maybe I don't have to see this through, but it's just, I got to see it through to the end, no matter how much I might not enjoy it, because I just feel like I have to, for me, you know, and that's that. But The Last of Us Part 1 will always be a very special game to me. No doubt about that. Let's see. Sorry to keep you waiting. Kyle, you're saying some of us play games to escape the world we live in and not get back into them. It's as simple as that. The same reason why the movie scene is dying. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, man. I fully fucking agree. Where it's like, dude, listen, shit can be so stupid in this world. Like just the ridiculousness, like, you know, the dehumanization of people and groups of people is the most bizarre thing I've witnessed. Like you think like we're getting better, right? Like the human race, we're moving forward, right? Like we're progressing. Like take a good fucking look, because a lot of us aren't. Like a lot of us aren't at all. In fact, a lot of us are just walking backwards, and it's fucking disturbing. And it's why I just like want nothing to do with it, because it's like people need to get a fucking, they need to figure their shit out, man. Because we're not moving forward. We're moving backward. And to me, what I look for personally in stories these days, I just look for something that has heart and soul. At least I try. That's what I try to look for, because these days everyone has a fucking message that they want to get across. Everyone has, you know, yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to be preached to in either direction, dude. You're right. Like, I'm all about being open-minded, but these days, what I tend to just completely stay away from is any time, and it's becoming easier than ever. Unfortunately, like you said, you're saying this is the reason why the movie scene is dying. Anytime there is clearly something being shoved in your face and it's not handled with care, because I am a firm believer in that you can get a message across. You can. Like, in fact, great storytelling is when you can convey a strong, potent message in a way that actually like touches people and like reaches people, you know? It's the difference between extending your hand to shake someone else's versus making a fist. Like, to me, that's the difference. And these days, people just, for some reason, continue to convince themselves, and maybe it's just because it's what gets the most attention online, that your best way to convey a message to people is to make a fist. And it's like, what? That actually just does damage. Like, how is that going to, you know, how is that going to help convey anything to anybody, you know? And I think people just have to think about that shit, man. And unfortunately, you're right. In media, or not just, yeah, in media, but not just games, in movies and shows and all around, you get these people, they have a chip on their shoulder, they want to make a fist, and they want to basically, and that's fine, they're free to do that. But to me, I like, they want to create like almost like an adversarial relationship with their audience or their viewers, and like hate viewership is an actual like popular thing today, which blows my mind, because if anything, it just, you're saying, what about a fist bump? Oh, there we go. See, maybe the perfect blend. There we go. That's the balance we need. That's the balance we need to fit. See, I didn't think of that. You're saying hate views are views. You're right. You're right. They are. Yeah, it's a, sometimes things just seem pretty messy, don't they? But yeah, I hear you, Kyle. And I have, let me see, another $5 super chat here from Automatronic 1234 saying, PS games aren't selling well on PC. Sony will lose all incentive on porting games on PC, especially because all PC pirates, if this trend is on. So what was the, yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like, it seems like Ratchet and Clank didn't sell that great on PC. It wasn't doing Spider-Man, God of War, or Horizon numbers, that's for sure. I don't necessarily know that anybody was anticipating it, but I don't know, man. I don't think that they're going to stop porting them. I think it's more along the lines of they might become more picky about what they choose to port. Like, I could see it getting to a point where, you know, yeah, that's true. You're saying PC players wait for Steam sales. That's a good point as well. And I just think what it comes down to is Sony might only start porting, as long as they're not multiplayer games, if we're talking about single player games, like Spider-Man 2 will go to PC at some point. I don't know that it'll happen anytime soon. It might not be till like 2025 or 6 or something, but it will, because it's guaranteed to sell well on PC. But like the next Ratchet game, maybe not. Like, maybe they'll just be like, you know what, it wasn't really worth it. But I don't know. You do have to consider, though, maybe games don't have to sell that well. It's important to understand that any game that releases on PC for Sony, even if it sells poorly, it's just free money for them. It's just extra money. And you're right, some people will pirate games, but even still, it's like they're still getting money, you know, from a certain group of people that are paying for their games, you know. So it's a good thing to bring up, because it's going to be interesting to kind of watch, you know, like, it's going to be interesting to watch how PlayStation evolves in the PC space. My opinion is they're just going to continue to expand where they can and where it makes sense. And as long as we follow the money, right? Like whatever, where there's money to be made, Sony will likely try to be involved with it in some way, shape, or form. And I think PC is a great example of that. And it's true. As Socially mentioned, they acquired Nixxes. Yeah, that studio was literally acquired just to port PC games. So yeah, I think that'll continue. Although I just want to say, when it comes to Nixxes, their job right now is to probably make sure that any live service games that are launching day and date on PC are ready to go. That's probably what they're working on now going forward. All right, let me check something here. I think that's it for all of our topics. Just checking here. Ooh. Oh, yo, what? Hold on. I gotta post this out. Guys, go to, I don't know if you follow me on X, aka Twitter, but I'm gonna post this out really quick because this is actually pretty cool. Naughty Dog, Insomniac put out a new look at the symbiote suit. Oops, I misspelled that. Damn it. Symbiote suit. What? Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. There we go. Let me see here. Sorry, guys. This is actually, it's a pretty good look at it. Insomniac reveals a new look at the symbiote suit in Spider-Man 2. All right, sorry. I just wanted to push it. Yeah, go on my X account and go check this out because it's a much clearer look at the symbiote suit. And it looks good, man. I don't know what people were talking about. I don't know if people were complaining about this, like the way the symbiote suit looks, but I think it looks really good, dude. This is a good image of it. Out of everything I've seen in Spider-Man 2, the symbiote suit gameplay looks incredible. Like, that to me is the standout where I've been playing Spider-Man Remastered again. Saying, can you show us on screen? Actually, let me see if I can bring the picture up here. I can show you. For some reason, it always gets weird when I try to add pictures. Oh, but it's actually there. There we go. There it is. Yeah, it looks good, man. I like it. It's got that kind of slick look to it. Almost like a oily, greasy look. Out of everything I've seen of Spider-Man 2 so far, though, the symbiote suit gameplay by far looks like it's going to be the thing, man. And as I say that, we got Corey, the legend, Landiga. He comes in and he drops a 10 bomb. Corey's not playing around today. He comes in, he keeps, somehow, some way, he keeps this membership train today going and going strong, man. And that brings us up to 79 memberships on the day. You guys are absolutely crushing it, getting ever closer to the goal of 100, which is crazy. I don't like the fact that we are even close to 100 memberships is insane on the day. So Corey, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for dropping by.
Thank you.
And dropping another 10 memberships, man. You guys, this community, again, can't thank you guys enough. You keep it going. And as I say that, we got another legend here, Whiskey Gaming, coming in, longtime member as well, dropping 5 memberships, following up Corey the Legend. That brings 15 memberships. Got a full-blown membership train going here towards the end of the stream here. What are we, almost 4.5 hours in? W's in the chat for Whiskey Gaming.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Love to see it, man. Let's see where we're at. That brings us up to 84. 84 memberships. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I should just let everybody know, we have 84 new members today. I don't know if we're going to get any more before the stream ends, but either way, man, I put out a members exclusive video yesterday, and I did, yeah, so some people were probably wondering, like, you know, how come I didn't put up more Sekiro gameplay? Well, there are 2 reasons mainly. Number 1, just didn't have the time. Number 2, I wanted to try to do something different, but I realized I don't know if it's going to work, where I was thinking if I could just record the gameplay by myself, like, you know, separately, and then like commentate over it, which would offer much better audio quality. But at the end of the day, I realized that I just simply wasn't going to have enough time. I got actually work that's being done on my house right now, and I just got so much. I don't know, man. I'm trying really hard not to overextend myself, because there's so much shit that I got going on around me, and I want to make sure, no matter what, like, I gotta keep it going, man. Whiskey Gaming, you're saying super late, but better late than never. Yeah, dude, it's all good, man. I know it's tough. I know not everybody is going to be able to, you know, keep up with every stream, but the fact that you guys still like pop in randomly, you know, and show that support, it really means a lot, and I appreciate it. Renovations, yeah, a little bit of renovation in the living room mainly. New flooring and painting, the whole thing. Pretty much a project that my wife wanted to start, and like, you know, let's go for it. Let's see if we can get it done. And it's tough, man. It's a lot. It's a lot. She's doing great though. She did most of the painting, and she's a really good painter, really. So I'm impressed, very impressed. Saying best of luck. Yeah, I'll see. It'll be interesting to see how it turns out, man. I'm really interested. We're right in the thick of it now. So, but yeah, the point is, like, I want to make sure I can adhere to my schedule. You know, I want to make sure I can adhere to it. I want to make sure I can deliver for you guys. And, you know, the last thing I want to do is disappoint anybody and just be like, sorry, I can't do it. You know, do we own our home? Yeah, we are homeowners. Yeah, homeowner. Yeah, I see somebody in the chat saying homeownership is no joke. It really isn't, man. It isn't. It's a lot. It's a lot. Let me see. Saying my mom used to paint the damn house every 2 years drove me and my dad crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not like that way, you know. I don't like this aspect of myself, but I really am the kind of the type of person where it's like, you know, I'm cool with whatever. But sometimes that can like work against me, where it's like, I don't know, man, maybe you got to work on this here, fix this up a little bit. But I'm not a handyman. I'll tell you that. There's like my father was a carpenter. He was amazing with this stuff. And, you know, you would think that I would have inherited something like that, but unfortunately, I think it just passed me by, man, because I am just saying MBG's wife got talent. Yeah, she's good, man. Like her, you know, my father-in-law, he's, you know, carpenter as well. I mean, he's always like renovating houses and doing stuff. And I think my wife definitely inherited that kind of touch, you know, where she's better at that stuff than I am, believe it or not. And, you know, I'm always just like, yeah, you know, like the first time I remember when I was younger, I was a teenager. It was my first time ever assembling something. I went to go assemble a bookcase, and I was so proud of I was so proud of it when I was done. And I found out that I assembled it upside down, and I was like, no fucking way. I've gotten better since then, but Yeah, I think that was kind of the first sign that it's like, yeah, you know, this type of stuff comes more naturally to some than others, you know. And I found out that I was kind of, you know, the others at that point. So, but yeah, man, if you are a homeowner, I'm sure you know it's a lot of upkeep, man. It's a lot to take care of, and you always got to be on top of shit. And if you are ever going to be a homeowner, keep that in mind. Hellbound saying he's got to go. Well, I appreciate you showing up, Hellbound. I always appreciate your support, and it's actually not bad timing, man, because I think this is where we hit the end of the line here with the stream, about 4.5 hours. Let me see. I got so Hellbound, take care, man. I hope to see you at the next stream. I got a super chat here I missed from Automatronic. He says, not if they aren't making money back on PC ports. That's true. That is true. And we'll find out, man. If they start losing money somehow on PC ports, which I don't know how they would even do that, but I guess it is certainly possible, they might stop. But yeah, I think we covered all of the topics. My throat is really starting to go hoarse now too. Musclebound Renovations channel. Yeah, dude. Some shit that I've done in the past, like trying to fix shit, I'm just like, you know what? My whole thing is? My whole thing is like, I struggle with wanting to learn a lot of this stuff because I have no interest in it. Does that make sense? Wait, you're saying State of Play this Thursday, MBG? Uh-oh. We get some news? Did we get some news? That's a second. Are you trolling me at this point, guys? Well, that's random. Hold on. What did I miss? Hanzo is your source. God damn it. My chat's got to stop trolling me, man. They keep coming out here being like, State of Play. It's happening, State of Play. And I keep thinking like, oh, did I miss something? Was there an announcement? No, there wasn't shit. That's funny though. But yeah, I think that is going to do it for the stream, guys. I covered every topic and then some. Really have to, before I go, I got to do my outro here. And I want to, oh, hold on. What's going on? Shit's going crazy. Oh, I have a question for you. I feel like I should know the answer to this, but I haven't been paying much attention. It's not that I haven't been paying attention, but I haven't seeked it out. Maybe because I know a lot of you guys are really in the PSVR 2. Is Firewall Ultra getting a physical copy for PSVR 2? I'm pretty sure it's not, but I'm just looking for a little bit of confirmation. I think there's more delay in my stream than there should be right now. What did it freeze? I don't know what's going on right now, but oh, there we go. Saying you'll give me a Firewall hard copy. I don't think they're making it. I'm pretty sure it's. Damn, that's a game I really would have liked a disc copy of, but yeah, my cat is screaming at me. She's like, "Let me the fuck out of here." All right, guys, I'm gonna do my outro now. Keep it quick, keep it short, but as you guys know, I just want to extend a massive thank you to this community, to all you guys, because I mean, we are sitting at 84 memberships on the day, some of which were actually people re-upping their memberships, many of which were gifts. Really do appreciate it, guys. I was unsure with this new streaming schedule if it would work out. It seems like it's working out very well. It seems like you guys are responding very positively to it, and you consistently show support that is needed in order for me to do this. So seriously, sincerely, thank you guys. The support is incredible, and it means everything. Very humbling. I also want to extend a massive thank you to everybody who super chats. Everybody who super chats, you're supporting me directly, but you're also keeping the conversation interesting and going in different directions, unexpected directions. And I very much thank you guys for that. I also want to give one last shout out to Devil Shooter, who's been doing a great job with the timestamps for the streams. He usually gets them up within 6 to 8 hours, usually, give or take. So if you see him in the comment section, I pin his comment with the timestamps. Give him a big thank you. Show him some love. He does great work for this community here, and we greatly appreciate him for that. And so one last request before you guys head out, please just take a second and hit that like button. If everybody contributes, we could definitely get to 400 likes, but thank you guys for that. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Tomorrow, I should have a new video up, and then we will be back here same time, same place on Tuesday, and I look forward to it. So, all right, guys, that does it. Until the next one, take care.